And we're live. Hello and welcome to the Artist Lounge podcast. My name's Sarah, also known as AGamerDraws. I'm joined again by Mike Steffen, also known as Funisher, and today we'd like to introduce our wonderful new guest, David Winters.
Thanks for having me, guys.
That's alright, welcome to the show. Okay, so we have the live chat running. That's, if you see me looking over here, that's what I'm looking at. Alright, who has the video open?
Someone has the video open?
Can you hear yourself?
Yep. Okay, it's my fault. Never mind, ignore me. That would be entirely my fault. I feel like every show I've done one thing wrong, but it's fine.
But you're the MC though. See, like you actually have the responsibility to make the things work. Whereas I just kind of hang out and like I have to just prepare my cookie, and I don't have to prepare it because I didn't even make it. So
what cookie have you got this week? That's all anyone cares about.
It's just the same cookie every week. I haven't switched up the cookie process yet.
What? How can you eat the same cookie? What's wrong with you? Dude, right, we have a place in the UK called Millie's Cookies, right? It is the best place ever. There's a local shopping centre called Lakeside that I go to. It's enormous, right? And Millie's Cookies is there, and you can get any kind of cookie that you can think of from there. And then opposite them is Shakeaway. I don't know if you've got that. But that's where they have like tons of sweets and cookies and everything that you can think of, right?
Gosh.
Like chocolate and everything, and they turn it into a milkshake. You just say like, I want like a Kit Kat and a Mars bar and a Bounty. I don't know. You just like pick random sweets and they turn it into a milkshake for you. So you can sit there and eat like a cookie that's like crazy flavors and a crazy flavor milkshake, and it's the best thing in the universe.
Oh my god! I wish I had one of those by me. I have like a pretty good chocolate shop that's like 3 doors over, and I'd go get a cookie from them. But since I come straight here from work, pretty much sprinting here, just so we can start 10 minutes late every time because of me.
Yep, absolutely.
I don't want us to be further delayed because I'm in line waiting for like, oh, I'm just buying my cookie.
I'm just getting an amazing cookie.
And they have those like weird fancy pants chocolates that have like the chocolate bar that has, you know, like chili powder and bacon in it and stuff like that.
That sounds like something I do not want to eat. Although I sell chili and cherry Chupa Chups at conventions. Anyone who comes to conventions with me and buys my stuff from the stalls at like London MCM and stuff like that, they know that I'm the only person, as far as I know, in the UK who has cherry and chili Chupa Chup lollies and watermelon and lime Chupa Chup lollies, and we sell them at the show. And they have black sticks, and they're epic.
Weird. Never heard of such a thing.
They're only made. They're made in Spain, and then they're only sold in, I think, Germany, and then we import them from there. But they're the most addictive things. We have people come back to the stall, and they don't care about the artwork. They're like, no, I don't want your artwork. I want 20 lollies right now.
Hey, that's a good draw, you know.
It is. It really is. We put it right next to the manga. So they walk over, they're like, cherry and chili? What? And then they go, manga. It's like, yeah, you're in. That's
just give away all your secrets. Now they'll know.
I should do that.
It won't work for anyone now.
Nah, it'll still work. I'll even do that in my studio. My friend gave me a chocolate bar recently that had Pop Rocks in it, and it was awesome.
Yes, I have one of those recently. They're so good. The Cadbury ones.
Yes.
Is it Cadbury?
Yeah, it's really nice. It's like something Sensations or something. It's like a weird name.
Pop Rock Sensations? Just kidding, I don't know.
You're a Pop Rock sensation.
I wish. Then I'd be making an intro song for us in a light pop rock song
with
cheesy lyrics.
Song. What kind of intro song should we have?
You know, I mean, if it was up to me, it'd just be something just funky as all hell, but it probably wouldn't fit the mood at all. I'm thinking about just saxophone. Not like sax funky, just be just sick, thick, heavy juiciness.
Juicy theme tune.
Just so juicy. Just something that just like makes you get that look on your face, you know, like you just ate some bad food and you're like, oh.
Bad food doesn't remind me of juicy. I'll just let you know.
Bad, or as Mac Dre described in when you're to do the fizz dance, you get a look on your face like you smell some piss. You got to get like that kind of music.
What?
Man,
It's in the fizz dance. It's in that's some Bay Area kind of stuff.
Right.
I thought about actually just seeing if I could hire my friend to just kind of. He'll just play guitar at our studio sometimes, and it will be really nice what he plays. And so I thought about just like having him play for a while, and then just record it, and then use that as a bedding music, which could be really
like
nice.
acoustic guitar.
Yeah, acoustic, or if he does, or if it is electric, it's not. It wouldn't be abrasive to the point where it would like overpower the speech. But that'd be fun. That'd be useful for when because they're in the beta for the Google Air Hangout thing with the studio mode with the better audio. It'd probably work pretty well for that.
Just to control that audio?
Yeah, apparently they're making the audio on these way better because they want to encourage musicians to use it more. So that will be really nice when that completely rolls out.
Either of you play an instrument?
I used to play piano. My brother and I used to study piano. We were taught by Mike, who looks almost exactly like you, Mike.
I gotta meet this guy. I gotta meet this guy. I'm a pen pal. We should be writing letters to each other.
He's a legend. You guys would get along well, actually. No, yeah, we used to play, and we used to play mostly like video game music a lot. Our childhood was basically video games. That's all it was. I used to be able to play the first half of 2 Xanarkand from Final Fantasy X, but the piano sat right there and hasn't been used in years because everyone has too much work to do, which is unfortunate.
Once Google upgrades, you'll have to dust it off so we can.
Yeah.
Oh my God, no! There's no way that I can play the way I used to be able to play. I just never practiced. That was the thing. Like, I got too into art and practiced that instead.
Well, you're still going to have to do it. Or, since we both own guitars and don't know how to play them, we should play guitars. We'll duel.
I've been learning the banjo.
Oh, yeah? How are you?
I'm horrible, but fun.
You going to be ready to do a banjo theme?
Hopefully, if they aren't releasing it like next week.
It might be available already.
No. So they're asking for the link. Should I give them the link to this?
Right.
Thing?
So the issue, yeah, I've just been trying to comment it on the chat. So we can't post links in the chat. So the picture that we're going to be drawing is, if you go to Reddit Gets Drawn on the new section, we'll be drawing. This is me doing nonsense in between a shooting. Figured it would be a fun expression to draw.
I'll post it in the thread too.
Yep, I'm just going to share my screen so that people can physically see it. And then I'll jump back so we can continue chatting. But screen share. Okay. What? What the hell? Oh, divide by 0. Okay, so this is the one that we're going to be drawing. So if you go to Reddit, new, and then I think it's about number 12, this one. Okay.
Okay. I'm going to switch to this now, to the other camera. Oh! Is it cool?
Oh,
I want to
no,
take a second.
Chat's not happy with that one.
Well, then they can just deal with it. If they can't see the fun in that drawing, then well, I'm just sorry.
If you don't want to draw the whole pose, we were talking about this, what you can do is just zoom in straight on like the head and then like the top of the traps, and I think it would be a nice challenging one because it's got the water in it and it's got like an interesting facial expression. So just go into it not trying to get it perfect, just go in to have a play around and experiment and test out a few different like textures and effects and stuff. I think it should be a fun one for just like challenging yourself a bit.
Yeah, and it was a good draw because since it had a nice resolution, that kind of left us, and the lighting was very directional, but even it's a very good one to practice on. And at the same time, I mean, if you look at a lot of the other options, pretty much everything's blurry and has cropped foreheads. So this is really one of the better options we have right now.
Yeah, I think what people don't realize is if you're just doing a sketch or something like that, or something quite loose, then a blurry picture or like odd lighting or something, that's fine. When we're filming, we want to really try and get it as accurate to what we want to create as possible. So that means we need something where there aren't any blurred lines, which means that we need something shot really well. And it looks like that picture has been shot really well, which is why we chose it. So yeah.
And someone had asked recently what our drawing setups are for recording. And I figured I might as well take a minute to kind of show that here. I should have responded in the thread, but I'll hit them up personally to, if they wanted people's advice. So I was going to show here that if you look, I have my camera attached. It's one of the Logitech. I don't remember which edition is. It's the 1080p one, the one shaped like a rectangle, pointing down at the drawing board right there that I have at an angle, so it doesn't mess up my perspective. And that's all next to my computer over there. And with the monitors turned towards the thing. And actually, we both use Yeti microphones. Woo! And if we mention that, hopefully they'll send us free Yeti microphones. They'll just keep sending us a crate of them, just a pallet of microphones. David, what's your setup like there? How did you get the camera up above your drawing?
I have a mic stand, actually. Maybe you can see it down there.
Oh yeah, there it is.
So I'm using a mic stand for the base, I guess, and then I've got positioned here in front of my face, and I've got a little easel here, and this is up pretty steep. I don't know, 70 degrees or something.
Yeah, that's really important, and that's the hardest thing is to get a good camera setup for when you're doing analog drawing. Analog, Jesus. Traditional, I guess.
Traditional, yeah.
Good Lord. Only because you want to draw at an angle, but that kind of if you're not in an easel, you can't just really go over your shoulder easily. So it's hard to get the angle. Am I dubstepping?
We've got major Skrillex going on. It's
I'm recording this on a cheap Chromebook, so when the Ram's like screw you, Mike, everything goes into dubstep mode. Camera now, because that's probably a good idea.
I just want to say something to the chat. So I noticed someone write something that could be seen as negative towards one of the other commenters. I don't know if it was, but I removed the comment. But if you use negative language towards other people and it's not possible to tell if it's a joke or not, the comments will be removed. So any comments about us on the show or about the people we're drawing or other people in chat, please keep them nice and friendly and happy. No negativity or bad words about each other. Just a heads up to keep it all nice and relaxed and chill here.
Super friendly. So,
someone just said acoustic guitars didn't exist before electric guitars came into being. What does that mean?
Well, they were just guitars. Until there's an electric guitar, it's just a guitar, right?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. I was like, what?
Mm-hmm. That's a rock fact.
Rock fact. Did Mike leave us?
Can you guys hear me?
I hear you.
I hear you, yeah.
All right, sweet.
You're sharing our wonderful fan art from this week.
Yeah, Meaty Elbow, one of my favorite drawings ever.
Indeed.
Oh, God, it's so perfect. Oh, that face. That's exactly how I feel every time I draw. Every time.
Don't say that.
Perfect. If you follow my Instagram, you'll see that's how I felt when I drew on Friday. And David Winters, on a piece I recently finished and posted, he knew that I felt that way on Sunday. As I battled some issues of composition and perspective.
You fixed it.
It worked.
Battled it. Won.
I buried the weirdness of the angle of the photo with some design elements.
Can I tell you something about this photo? The picture that you're sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So my mum watched the podcast and she saw this little picture, and then we were chatting about the podcast, and she mentioned platypuses, and she said, "Oh, it's a shame they're extinct." And I was like, "They're not extinct."
Maybe she did something.
She's been so happy since I've shown her pictures and videos of platypuses, proving that they're still alive.
Well, that's huge news.
It is. Behold, a species now exists all of a sudden. You're welcome.
Oh, I have to actually start drawing now. What a bummer. Oh, I should probably switch to the camera now.
Right, yeah, I'm going to switch over to my screen share so that you guys can watch me draw.
If I pimp out Charles Shaw's cheap wine, we'll call it the Startup Gallery official wine. They should send me a pallet of it. A pallet of wine. I'd be sponsored. The vineyard's based out here, so I should be able just to get a bunch of this cheap wine. Like, it would cost them next to nothing. They should just send it to me, because it's so cheap anyways.
So good.
So I recently almost got in an argument with someone on Reddit. I let myself just step back.
No, we're going into this.
This is a different argument that just happened.
Oh, this is a different argument. Okay.
Thingamajig. This was someone. Did you see the? It's been posted before, but it's that flip book of the wedding proposal. Did you guys see that post?
No, I've seen many flip books, but not that one. Oh wait, the one with the ring at the end.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I've seen that one.
Yeah, so that got posted again, and then so someone links to the website, and then it's like get a custom, and it says you can have a custom drawing or a custom flip book made, and then everyone was getting mad at the price because it was like $600 for a basic one or $900 for a more complicated one, and everyone's
That's
like,
pretty good pricing.
That's what I thought, but the crazy thing is,
really good pricing.
Yeah. Exactly, and everyone's comments were like, "That's crazy. Who would pay that much? That's stupid." And I was like, "What?" And I was like, so I had to break it down. I was like trying to explain. Think of it as an animation. Think about how many custom drawings that is. You're looking at what, hundreds of drawings to animate this thing, and I'm like, think about how much you pay another professional for a service. And then the comparison I always do is an auto mechanic, and they bill $80 to $100 an hour. And so I broke apart the whole pricing and pretty much showed them that, like, listen, if it's their business, they're a professional, and they're doing that they're charging a relatively fair price. And if there's demand in a successful business, then that totally works. And then they also have their pre-made ones you could buy for $20. Like, these are all very fair pricing.
Those are fair prices.
And then a person comments back, and then they say you could get, you could get a tablet for this much, you could get a brand new computer or build an awesome computer for this much, or you could get a little piece of paper flip book for the same price.
Don't buy it if you don't want it.
Well, I know that's the
What I don't get about people. They freak out about stuff being a certain amount of price. They don't have to pay it. Someone who it would actually matter to will pay that because it matters that much to them. Like.
Well, what I hated too is I was like, it's not for you, idiot. It's a gift.
Exactly.
It's a thing where I'm like, I'm like, what's gonna mean more? I wrote, well, you could either buy a gift that you're using to propose your love, to the love of your life, or you can give it as a gift that will mean something to a friend that they'll keep it forever, or you can buy a tablet that will last 2 years. It was like, what do you think? And it drove me crazy. Like, I could just imagine them like, oh, it's a flip book. Who cares? I was hoping to get an iPad mini. Oh, it made me so mad.
That's the thing, right? So people tend to think, mini rant, people tend to think that if something doesn't make sense for them to own, then it makes no sense for it to exist in general. Shut up. Like, what are you doing, right?
Yeah, it's
Not everything is made for every single person on the planet. It might not be something that you personally value, but oh well, fine, don't buy it then. Someone else will value it highly and will really want that in their life.
And the thing is that gets me also is that's such kind of it would be an awesome, meaningful gift to give a person. Like you take like a special moment you had with someone you love, and you have this cool little flip book made of that moment, even if it wasn't a proposal. That's such a cute and awesome idea, you know, and takes so much. I don't know. And then the whole thing, I could just picture this guy getting, you know, having a girlfriend somehow one day, and she gives him this gift of this magic moment, and then he's just kind of like, oh, I was hoping to get a new video card. Oh, crap. No, this is cool too. I can't return it, can I? Oh. And then she dumped him. But it just bothered me that it was like, dude, one, it's not for you. Two, it's a fair price. It's like, and then the weird thing is how immediately mad he was. I'm assuming it's a he, because the way that the sarcasm was delivered felt so masculine and kind of wannabe. It could be, but it felt there's a certain type of sarcasm that dudes have, and their kind of weird bitterness of not understanding sentimentality. Sentimentality.
There's a word.
That's it.
That's got to be the one.
That is the one.
Listen, I draw lines. I don't make words happen. You can quote me on that. But you just let it slide. Like whatever. It's not for that guy.
You've
got his own
avoided
agenda.
Argument you said. You didn't argue with him, right?
No, I only said the one comment. I said, you know. I said pretty much you could get these things or you could get this that might mean a lot to someone. It's just the eye of the beholder, you know. And then I left it at that, and you know.
Seethed about it, raged.
Then I moved on. I was like, you know what? I'm going to be recording this thing later. I'm going to talk about it there, so that way I don't have to argue with this person.
It's funny how those things get under your skin and you just think about them.
Oh,
yeah. It's so. Shouldn't you read on the internet? It's so meaningless, but it just bothers you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I have many of those days with the internet, and I just go, I'm too angry for 10 a.m. in the morning. I'm going to walk away.
I cannot handle this anger right now.
Exactly. Like, there's no reason to be this angry about something that doesn't affect my life. It only affects me right now because I'm sitting on the internet right now. I'm going to walk away.
I can turn the internet off.
It's true.
I have the power to do that.
Although not all of the internet.
You'll see.
Yeah, leave my internet alone. Turn your own off.
Turn your own internet off.
Man. Oh, I'm gonna apologize. I'm gonna have to be jumping in and out. I should explain in case I sound really congested or let out a big sniff every now and then. In my work, we're drywalling a warehouse into a gallery, and there's so much dust. And no matter how much you mask yourself and you tape off rooms and seal them, that stuff's just like smoke. It is. Oh God, I've been horrendous. So I'm gonna be like turning my microphone on and off while I blow my nose.
No.
Now we'll know. Is he blowing his nose right now?
He could be. You'll never know.
He is doing it.
I knew it.
Oh, my face. God.
Kamikaze says, someone was wrong on the internet.
I know, it's surprising every time it happens. That's probably why I got so offended. I was like, hey, come on, guys, I thought this was the internet.
I thought everyone was right on the internet. I thought that was a thing. And now, all of a sudden, this is where we all get quiet because all of a sudden we realize we're focusing on our artwork.
Yeah. As well, I'm in this moment already where I'm already at a stage where I'm looking at this and thinking, oh, this will never work. Like, there's no way. There's no way.
I did say several times we didn't have to draw this one if you wanted to do something else.
Well, it's that thing where it's going to be difficult because at first I just wanted to draw just his face, and then I thought, well, I had an idea that could be kind of cool but I have to draw the figure for it.
Mm-hmm.
And as I'm drawing it, I'm kind of realizing, like, oh my god, if I am off, I mean, here's the thing. I try to, like, illustrate to people when they send, like, a really small photo to draw their face. If you look at a ruler, if I draw an eye and I'm off 1/8 of an inch, that is so small. But if the eye is off just by this much, the face is ruined. Like, the drawing does not look right. It doesn't look like the person, and it will look really bad. And so if you're drawing, like, if this whole head right now is pretty much within 2.5 inches, and it's probably only, 3 inches tall, so when you draw a face this small, it's so easy to make a mistake. That's why usually I try to draw them at least this big. You get a little more breathing room, but even then, usually even on the scale at this size, which is, I don't even know because I just tear the paper before, maybe roughly 14 by 12 inches, even if you're off with, like, within 1/8 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch, it's toast. This thing, I can be probably 1/16 of an inch off, and it won't look like him anymore.
Oh my god. The accuracy.
It's mind-numbing. It's a real struggle.
I'm not that accurate, but that's why they never look exactly like the person, so...
That's why I tore up the one on Friday, is because I'm drawing a friend, and, I've known him for ages. I've known him for so long, and so I knew... when I kept looking at the drawing and then the photo next to each other, I'm like, this is going okay, but when I stopped looking at the photo and just looked at the drawing, I realized I wouldn't recognize him if this photo wasn't here.
Yeah, I hate drawing people that I know. I hate drawing good friends or, like, family. I can't draw them. I start drawing, and every single time I finish the drawing, I'm like, that looks nothing like you.
Yeah. It's
even if
horrible.
I draw it to the same accuracy that I normally draw, I'm just like, that doesn't look like you. I know what you look like, and it's not like that.
And they know it too.
No.
I do think that I don't have the same accuracy when I draw people that I know as well, though, anyway, because when you meet someone for the first time, you have that moment where you kind of assess them as they are, right? You can kind of look at them really objectively because you don't know anything about them.
Yeah, you have to study their face. You're like, okay, what are all the features I can make fun of to make myself look better? No, I'm just kidding.
So, like, when I'm sitting down at a convention hall and someone sits down in front of me and I have to draw them, I look at them like that immediately, and I'm like, right, this is exactly what you look like, and I just essentially trace their face by drawing on the paper. But when someone who I know sits down, it's kind of like a blurry photo in real life. It's like I can't assess exactly what you look like. I can't translate it because I'm so used to all the different ways that I've seen you and whatever. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your brain fills in all the information for you, so it's hard to just look at them now.
Yeah. Yeah, the objectivity's gone.
Completely. So that drawing ended up torn up.
Yes, Mr. Minion Man, you have caught a show before it ends. We've actually only just started, so welcome.
Mm-hmm. You can thank me later for always being the one causing the show to start late.
Well, 2 minutes isn't going to make the difference in, like, 4 hours or whatever we do the show.
This is broadcasting. It makes all the difference.
Obviously.
This will never work. Will never work. I can tell already. I'm gonna fail so hard. This is gonna be amazing.
Oh, calm down.
I'm actually just exaggerating there. I think I'll be all right. We'll see. I really do go back and forth though. Every drawing, I'm always convinced that this will be a disaster, and sometimes it pulls through. Sometimes not. It doesn't really matter. This isn't like Bob Ross where he says like, it's fine if you make a mistake because you made it. It's beautiful. Like when I make a mistake, it's like, listen, Mike, it's not okay that you did this, but we're gonna try to make sure you don't let it happen again. I'm like a weird passive-aggressive father.
That's really mean to yourself.
Now
so
go
what
to
have you
bed.
guys been up to this week? You done anything cool?
Played shuffleboard on Saturday at a bar. That's about it. Me and Art Broken throwing down. We did all right.
You and Art Broken spend a lot of time together.
We spend a lot of time chatting. We don't actually hang out as much as we should, considering that we both live out here. We should be hanging out more. And call him out on that. Tell him I'm disappointed that we're not hanging out more.
Oh, that's really sad.
No, it'll be fine. No, I don't know. I think it's been arting it up. How about yourself?
What have I done this week? Weeks go by so quickly now. That's what I've noticed.
It's too soon to say.
Yeah, a week. I can't even think of what happened for a whole week.
I know. No, I was thinking of last week, not this week. This week, like, it's Tuesday, so well, it's Monday for you guys, but I don't know. What have I done? I've been playing Mass Effect. That's a good game.
I still need to play that.
No spoilers in the chat, guys. I will hurt your faces. I'm on the first one. So.
All I've heard is that the end of the third one made a lot of people really happy.
Oh, really? Is that what you've heard?
Everyone was really happy with EA at the end of the third one.
Absolutely loved it.
I remember there being so much.
EA game, is it?
Are you telling the truth?
No, everyone hated it.
But then again, the internet's also impossible to please. But since it seemed like the consensus was so unanimous that it was horrendous. But that being said, that is still 2.5 games of awesomeness. So
Indeed.
I want to play it. It's supposed to be great.
What's the Mass Effect even mean? I know nothing about the game.
Right. Okay. So, chat can correct me if I'm wrong because I'm only in like the first couple of missions of the game, so I might say stuff that is later debunked or something like that. But essentially, the game it's a space game. There's these relays. They're like massive ships that are like 2 prongs and a spinning circuit, like a spinning sphere in them, and they use a power called the Mass Effect, which allows you kind of zoom through it, and it pours all its energy into you, and it means that you can travel faster than light across the galaxy, which meant that the human race could then meet thousands of other races all over the galaxies and further, in turn meeting this council of races that you have to deal with. And we kind of jump in at a point where the human race is trying to convince the council that they're good enough to be important and do this kind of like space sort of cops, but they're actually like above the law kind of thing called specters. We
like
want
regular cops.
How very political. That kind of thing. And then our main character has this weird vision when he finds a piece of technology that's been made by the Protheans, which are the race of aliens which made the Mass Effect relays and stuff like that. And he has this vision of these creatures called the Reapers, which are supposed to, they're essentially legend. They're so extinct that they're legend, coming back and trying to destroy our world. Our universe. They feed off of planets and move on to the next one. So that's where we start off, and then it's all about figuring out the truth and stuff. But the mechanics of the game, it's a third-person shooter. You also have this element where most of it's diplomatic. You're trying to talk to people and use you either go good, which is Paragon, or bad, which is Renegade, like your choices, and that affects what happens later in the game. So you might decide that this guy walks up to you and he says, help me smuggle in some stuff to the Citadel, and you say either, yeah, sure, I'll help you smuggle it in, which will affect something later, or you say, no, bugger off, I'm too good, I don't want to be caught smuggling, which affects something else later. And it's that kind of thing over and over again, but with the shooting thrown in the middle. It's good fun. It's I'm enjoying it, but I am playing on Xbox, which is apparently the worst mistake I've ever made, because it is awfully buggy. It is actually horrendous.
It's crazy to me that consoles now are. I used to play PC and then I switched to console because I got tired. This was a long time ago, so it was like PC back when I was in junior high. This was Duke Nukem, and then I got to maybe like Elder Scrolls Daggerfall era, and some Diablo right after Diablo 1, and then I went away from PC because it was just buggy. I didn't have my own computer, and etc.
Right.
And then I switched to consoles because I got tired of the bugs, and then eventually Fallout New Vegas comes out for PlayStation 3, and that's really buggy and buggier than the PC. And so I'm like, okay, so I'm back to computer now because that works because the console stopped working.
Yes.
And who would have thought that would have happened, you know? And yeah, now it's way better to be. I'm much happier with PC anyways, but see, and that's crazy to me that you have a game like Mass Effect come out, and for a main system like Xbox, that there would be problems with it, you know?
Oh, it's awful. I've been playing it on 360, and I'll just walk around and my game will freeze entirely, meaning that I have to turn the whole machine off. I have issues where the aliens are supposed to be standing there looking at me, but instead they're like 50 feet in the air doing that. It's just horrendous. I've never seen a game so buggy. I don't know how this has happened. And this is the first one, so this is so old that there should have been patches to fix this, but never mind.
That's just crazy.
Apparently all of the versions of Mass Effect 1 are buggy, but the 360 version is the worst, so oh well.
Nailed it. You got the best one.
Absolutely. I get the fun one. I should film it. I should film all the random stuff that happens.
Yeah, that is actually pretty entertaining.
How can you say that aliens shouldn't be floating, though? I mean, maybe that's what they do.
No, he's like a dude in a suit and stuff. Like Turians. They're like weird, like kind of like bird reptilian creatures, but they don't have wings or anything. They've just got like funny faces.
I started focusing on the face too early. Same mistake. That's a mistake. If you want to rip up a drawing faster than you ever have before,
of course I do.
Start on a general drawing and then just immediately work on some stupid detail before you even laid in the rest of the drawing. And then you'll most certainly get angry at it. If you want to have a really bad day and then just lay in your bed and stare at the ceiling and just kind of like rub the sides of your head for a while, that's a really good way to do that.
I love the way you're saying that, as I do exactly that thing.
It's a mistake. It's such a common, and you know what? Like you never learn to get past that mistake. Like I feel like I know about that mistake. I make it all the time, and I'm kind of just come to accept that I'm going to make that same mistake the rest of my life on this drawing.
Yeah, there are.
Like, it's just who I am now, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I watch a lot of artists drawing online, and the ones who are really damn good, they're the ones who start out with a form and they break it inwards rather than work on detail working out. But I don't know, it's just part of me. I need to work around it, but I will. Life moves on.
I like working in and working out, but I still should do that, but lay in the very general structure first. Like all this stuff. I should do all this before I go in and do these details. But I just went in to do them again, and it's because I was messing up, and I couldn't focus on the rest of the drawing because all I could see is the mistake. It's like when you make a painting or anything, and there's that one thing that you screwed up, and you see it, and other people don't really care or don't see it or they don't say anything, and it's the only thing you can see. Like you cannot see the rest of it. All you see is just like, that eye's a little off. I wish I could fix it, but I can't fix it. I just have to not look at it anymore, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's how I feel most of the time. But maybe it's probably not a healthy attitude to have, but it's the one I have.
You don't have the healthiest attitude I've ever heard from an artist, to be honest.
Oh, no, it's a horrendous way to look at art. But it just comes with like the way that I build this. Like I would not recommend looking at art or anything in life this way, but it's the way that I build stress on myself because I think every time I screw up a drawing, it's that many more hours I have to spend at a job I don't care about. And so there's like this invested thing, like don't screw up, Mike, or else you're going to be at the job longer. And that's how I think. That's what I think every time I draw.
That That sounds depressing to think like.
Oh, it's horrendous. But you know, when you're in like a good groove, then it's real special. You know.
What does that mean? I don't know what you mean anymore. When you say stuff, I just assume that you're being sarcastic.
No, I'm being pretty serious right now.
What about you, David? What have you been up to this week?
I was doing a comic project with some folks, and I wrapped that up, so I'm now back to painting, which means I feel kind of rusty. I'm trying to get back into a groove. So I've just been doing ink for the last month or so, just inking.
What was the comic project?
It's just a little 8-page kind of scary horror comic thing.
That sounds cool. Where can people find it?
I don't know yet.
Oh, okay. So it's not live yet then.
There's there's a lot of, or I shouldn't say there's a lot. There's a handful of other people that are contributing, and then it's going to be
right.
a compilation. And so I don't know where that will be. I'm sure it'll be on my Tumblr eventually.
Post it in the lounge when it's live, because I'd love to see that.
Sure, happy to. It's kind of, I'm not like a comic artist at all. It's so amateur, but it's fun. It's something different.
Everyone's a comic artist, right? Okay. And so many people think that comics are so serious. I work in the comics industry. It's not serious. It's just fun.
It is super fun. It's also so stressful compared. Well, it's a different kind of stress.
I agree. Yeah.
The writing part is if you're not a writer, it's so challenging.
I think the big thing about the writing is finding what genre you fit the best. Because I could never do comedy. I can't write funny stuff. I occasionally say the odd funny thing, but I can't write it. That's not my skill set. But I can do like action adventure. So it just took a while for me to figure out where I fit in the kind of writing world to be able to do comics.
You know, I think you may be onto something, and I hadn't thought about that before. My attempts at funny before, I think, are not great, but scary or dark and depressing seems to be a little easier for me to come to do. And some of the people that are doing this thing with me, I know they're struggling with the whole dark, depressing thing, so maybe it's not their...
Yeah. No, that's cool. That's very cool. So there's a whole bunch of people who are like, there's no way I'm drawing this, Reddit gets drawn. If you guys draw anything different, or...
yeah, we'll still post it.
Yeah, we'll still show it. So feel free to join in, even if you're just doing like figure sketches or other Reddit gets drawn, post it in the chat, or you can't post links in the chat, so post it in the Artist Lounge page, yeah, on the Reddit page, and we'll definitely... send you little comments and stuff. We'd love to see them. Demon Man's already done a watercolor.
How much fun and how well it's going, like how much I'm enjoying it right now, that clearly it's a good idea to try to draw this. Because it's like, this has not been a struggle in the least.
So
I want the challenge.
I'm a little more involved with the Sketch Daily community. Not to mean that I post or do anything there, but that's where I kind of got my Reddit drawing roots, or that's where I started. And what I really appreciated about it was that more importantly, when there was a topic I didn't like, I felt like those were the best ones to do, because there's a reason I'm avoiding it, and I felt that if I just got over that, it would be usually because I was afraid or because I was uncomfortable, and if I just did it, it's like a learning experience. So I do prefer the ones that I think are not... that are challenging in some way.
That's a good point. I think if you are avoiding something, then there's a reason why you're avoiding it. Like, I think for so many years, I think definitely me, and I know a lot of other artists, I avoided hands for a while.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's just because you eventually get to a point where you can't avoid hands in every single drawing. It's just not possible. There's a reason why you're doing that, and at some point you have to just face it, and once you do it and you get it right and you're happy with it, then it's like, well, now that's not a barrier. Now I can draw everything that's got that, whatever it was in it.
Yeah, it's I guess kind of like what Mike was saying. You have your lows, something you really dread or hate, So when you finally get it that you don't hate, it's kind of good. You finally draw a hand that you're not ashamed of. It feels better. It feels so good.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not horrible. Now my comic characters don't have to all be pirates with hooks. Or have their hands in their pockets.
Every single scene, hands in pockets. Isn't there a comic artist that does that? There's a comic artist.
God, there better not be.
There's a comic artist who's like really
pathetic.
famous. Yeah, no. There's a comic artist who's really famous for the fact that he always draws characters with either their feet or their hands either cropped out of the image or so tiny in the perspective that you can't even tell what they are.
Somebody told me that most of Hellboy, there's no feet.
What? Mike Mignola? No.
Not a lot of feet, and I haven't gone through every page to confirm, but the few pages I looked at, there weren't really feet.
No, I'd be so shocked because Mike Mignola's a really good artist.
Well, I didn't say he wasn't. I mean, I liked it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I'm tempted to go grab Hellboy and bring it over here and look.
Yeah, do it. We'll have a look.
One sec.
Okay. I'm just sitting there Googling it, and I'm like, what?
I hope I said the right one. What if it was a different artist?
Everyone's like, no, shut up. You're no.
You're wrong. I'm always wrong.
Yeah,
well,
chat says tons of comic artists hide their hands. No. Sorry, what was that? I think I cut you off.
I'm just my cursory glance through the Hellboy stuff. I'm seeing lots of pictures without feet. Or, like someone said before, they're kind of obscured.
Yeah, where it's like cut off a certain height. Yeah, I see what you mean. Let me search Mignola.
I mean, I'm sure you'll find some feet in there. It's not like,
yeah, no, it's just the frequency, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't
You
think.
know what? I think
I
you're
don't think
right.
feet really add anything to it, anyways. You know, we're not missing anything by not seeing the feet.
See, I heard from an artist that they always draw the feet first, which I found interesting. And they said that the reason why they start with the feet is because it grounds the character and gives them the amount of space that they need to inhabit in the world. So if they know where the feet are going to be standing, if you imagine it as like one of them little toyish soldiers from Toy Story, they've got the little pad that they're sitting on. If you know where that pad is relative and you place the feet on that, that tells you all of the surrounding area that the rest of the character is going to inhabit. I thought that was quite interesting.
I have a feeling it is Rob Liefeld that is the one person who doesn't draw things.
That is the right person.
Alright, so here we go. Here's the two I have. Which one's the... I pulled this out of the out of my deep storage. I guess I wasn't planning on reading it soon. Probably because there's not enough emo college kids staring through Venetian blinds.
No.
Because those are my comics, my indie comics. So what are we looking for if he ever draws feet?
Yeah, just do a flick through and see.
Let's see what we got. Not a single foot on these 2 pages. But you know, that could just be the way he does Wow, okay, hold on. No. Oh, the grass! Look at that!
Well, there's a foot above it. That's a great example of a beautiful foot that's like in the background, just a triangle. That's how I draw feet.
Hills.
Triangle.
Cloak. Darkness. Darkness. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's no feet! Wait, oh yeah, there's a foot.
There's a hoof. The hooves count.
I think a lot of it's just the composition, but, you know, he definitely doesn't have anyone kicking straight at the viewer.
Hey, but you don't also feel like you're missing out on anything by not seeing feet.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't...
I wouldn't have known this if someone didn't point it out, you know?
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing. he's just like, it's just not, it just doesn't fit in his compositions.
It's an interesting comment, though.
Yeah, this is really weird, though. I mean, wow, I'm really trying, and there's just no feet anywhere. Oh, booyah! That is cute little feet. Oh, it's adorable.
Do you guys have something that you avoid drawing?
Yes, but not because they're too difficult, but there's things I just see a lot of, so I say I'm never drawing that.
Oh, that's interesting. So what
Like, I
do you
don't...
have that with?
Like, what I saw way too much of is portraits of people wearing animal headdresses, and
Right.
and then owls. I mean, owls are adorable. I love owls. They're cool, but I probably won't ever draw owls now.
Aw.
And they're pretty cute, though. I don't know. Maybe I'll come around one day.
I'm gonna draw you an owl. I'm gonna send it to you.
I usually just avoid birds. Yeah, and then I'm gonna be like, oh, I was hoping it'd be an iPad, not a drawing. Let's see. Let's weigh my apps. Anyways, I don't know. I usually don't draw. Like, there's an ongoing joke that a handful of friends make fun of me. Like, they'll draw portraits and they'll add a bird as a joke. Like, Redditor Popedal knows that I would avoid drawing birds because for a while I was seeing so many birds in art it was driving me crazy. So when she did a watercolor of my face, which I've used on our other podcast thing we had going for a while, it was a really nice portrait, but she drew a bird right across the top of my head. Because she knew that would drive me crazy.
So did you not like my book then?
I like your book. I read the first one. I read the first one. No, that's different. That's not like if you did a portrait of a face and then you just put birds around it for no reason.
Random birds.
Yeah, then I'd be like, what are you doing? What's going on with those birds?
I have perspective, really. Like, if I want to, like, fake perspective, I'll put a bird in so that you know how far away stuff is.
Like these kind of birds?
Which birds?
You do watercolor birds, don't you? I was looking through, I was stalking your Reddit. I was sitting there stalking your Reddit, and I saw your watercolor birds, and they're really cool.
Yeah, I like your birds. No, because the thing, what I'm talking about is when you have... I don't like it when a person does... a piece. Hear me out. I'm not doing. I'm not. Hey, I would admit. I would say straight up if something sucked. I'd be like, "That sucks, David Winter. So you owe me an apology or an iPad." But
wow.
But they would. No, what I hated is when someone does a nice piece and then they're so scared that it's not like interesting or cool enough that they add something that's not needed.
Yeah.
And so I feel like people will use birds as a crutch lots of times. Like a painting of just a bird is awesome. But a painting of like a nice portrait, and then you're like, there's no catch, and then they put a bird flying around. It's like, the bird didn't need to be there. It could even be really nice and be cool, and it will still bug me. Even if it arguably made the piece better, at this point, it will still bother me. It'd be like you should have made the portrait more interesting, you know?
That's how I feel about splatters.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Splatters.
Oh, no. Right, paint splatters.
And I've been doing splatters.
I thought you said bladders.
Bladders.
I hate them too.
Splatters and shapes, which are two things I've been doing with pen and ink, which usually shapes, I was so against. I was like, don't ever do shapes or splatters, just make your drawing look good. But yeah, no, they really are mostly a crutch. I mean, just even in the last drawing, I had to use shapes to cover a part of the drawing I didn't like. There's gonna be splatters on this one probably.
As far as fear goes, your original question is there things we avoid. I think most of my problems are with like mechanical things.
Yeah, no, that's a good one.
Architecture probably fits in there. Or doesn't.
Yeah.
Like
straight line. I can't draw a straight line to save my life. Yeah. Gears, hard edges, straight lines, corners, metal bits, and rust.
There's an artist, Cynics, who he's really good at like robots and stuff, and I was watching him draw them, and it's because he draws them so much more differently than I would even think to draw one, right? He starts out with like a big form of a creature, like black lines, and then he'll do like little extra lines to add on kind of like weird, interesting, weird stuff that could be possibly robotic or whatever. And then he starts erasing other sections that could be panels on it. And then when he's finally done all of that, he ends up with something that looks really robotic because he's just paid attention to the silhouette and then added the details in afterwards. It's really clever, and I definitely need to try doing that myself.
Interesting.
One of the...
Here.
Sorry, what was that, David?
No, go ahead.
One of the things that I like to do is, I was talking about avoiding things I avoid, so I mentioned mechanical things. I'm not good at them. So last year we did a little challenge where some of us decided that we would try to draw 50 robots.
Oh my god.
Just to try to power through that, block. And so the same thing was true with the birds. I had all those birds because it was one of the challenges. Is just draw a bunch of birds. We did all the 50 state birds in the United States, just to try to improve our ability to do birds or comfort with it or whatever. I mean, I also like birds, but maybe 3 times a year I do that where I just
force yourself to.
Well, it helps to have some competition. So it's not just by myself. Yeah. There's somebody a group of us usually doing it. Some of the Sketch Daily folks where we're just gonna, force ourselves, but also have that competition or the camaraderie. Either way, I don't know. But
yeah. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that.
It's like how writers have, I think, November's novel month or whatever. So
NaNoWriMo, yeah.
Yeah, and then all the writers try to write a novel or at least a first draft in November, and then they have the word count so everyone keeps track of each other. I got a couple of friends, my brother and some friends would always do that.
Yeah, I'm thinking of doing that next year, actually, if I've got some time. Just because it looks like fun.
It'd be intense.
Intense. People are saying that we should either start adding in giraffes to random pictures or penguins.
Giraffes and penguins?
Penguins
are an idea. Oh, I always had the thing I always say was the cliche that drives me crazy is how many times you'll have a really nice landscape photo or painting or whatever, then someone needs to add the barefoot girl wearing the dress. It's like every time. I
actually did that the other day.
People cannot resist. I've even been in the situation where I'm like, what would really bring this landscape together is a barefoot girl in a dress.
With a white dress on that's got a slight shine through from the back so you can see the leg. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Every picture.
And then if you're more kind of hipster, it has to be like a red dress and they're wearing like a floppy hat or something.
Yeah, with little bits of either blonde or brown hair poking through.
Oh, my lord. That is just all the time. It's just all the time. I remember there was a Reddit post, and no one agreed with me. Fair enough. But there was a picture, it was of a beach, and it was kind of foggy, and then there was the woman, I think she was wearing kind of like a dress cloak thing, walking barefoot on the beach, and then in distant background there's some kind of castle on the horizon, and it was on the front page. And I was just looking at it, and I thought to myself, that'd probably be better without the castle. We don't need the... Everyone always has to add a fantasy element. Even when I've posted landscapes, people are like, I'd really love to see, a robot back there. I know that's sci-fi, but you get the idea. And they're like, no, I'm not going to do that. And then I was like, that'd probably be better without the castle. And then I realized that'd be better without the woman. If it was just the very minimal photo of kind of the foggy beach, and it was just... The color was beautiful, and it was just these few tones. It was just so perfectly reduced, and I was like, it'd be better without any of the figures in this thing. So I was kind of,
So I feel like this is an ample time for me to plug. So I'm going to be making a series called New Horizons, where I draw exactly that image 7 times and sell it in May.
Are you serious?
So I'm going to be making a series where I draw fantastical type landscapes with characters exploring them. So yeah, I'll be drawing that.
Do one with no
You're
characters.
welcome.
Do one with no characters. Just one. Just call it I hate you, Mike, or whatever.
It won't sell.
With just no. It doesn't matter. Just have it be there.
It does matter because I have to pay to print it. Dude.
I bet you anything, someone out there. There'll be if it doesn't sell, I'll buy one of them.
You'll buy one of them.
I'll buy one of them. So you at least have one sale there. No characters.
The thing is, I sell at conventions. People care about characters at conventions. That's why they go to them. So it has to have characters in it.
No, it's just in the sales pitch. People are like, how come this one doesn't have character in it? And you'll be like, because this is the one where...
you're the character.
Well, the final conclusion is you realize the landscape's the character. And everyone's like, oh, like, yeah, it doesn't work unless you kind of go through the whole series. They're like, yeah, you really have to get all of them. Boom,
Oh, yeah.
all sold.
Straight up.
When does this conversation happen, or how does it happen? Just at the booth?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
When you tell them to buy all your paintings because there's meaning in that last one. That's part of the sales process.
That's straight up part of the sales process. I'm standing there like, you could get 3 for whatever money, or you could get 5 for whatever money, and you get 1 free. And you need to get all of them because blah, 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 blah. That's my job.
You gotta be your best salesman.
Absolutely. Although I don't have to do it half the time. I start off having to do it, and then someone's like, dude, can you draw me? So I sit down and draw them, and then everyone else who's at my table has to do that. And they can come up with all the money stuff. And I sit there and just draw people for like 8 hours straight.
See, that's a good gig right there.
It is. It is. It's great fun.
I have a trouble with the sales thing, but I could just sit there and be quiet.
That's the worst. That's what I did when I started, and it's literally the worst thing because you won't sell anything. Well, it depends where you're at. If you're at a art show, like, or a gallery or something, I reckon it probably is absolutely fine. But at a convention, Friday. So if it's a show like London Comic Con, you have Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Friday, you leave everyone alone, right? They do their thing, they walk around, but they're not going to buy anything. There's like 10 people who will buy something. Everyone else is trying to figure out what they want to spend their money on later in the show. Saturday, sales pitch starts, and you start like hounding people and being like, well, you don't hound people, you be nice, right? But you let people know what everything is and stuff, and you let people know the various deals. Sunday, you put a price drop on a few different things, and you say, right, this is the Sunday deal because we've sold out of however much stuff, and Sarah's already booked up on drawings, so you can get this stuff instead if you only showed up on a Sunday. And then you get like mad sales on Sunday. But yeah.
Dude. Alright.
It's good fun though.
Worked out.
Yeah.
That's a good system.
Yeah,
and if you don't talk, you don't sell anything. Every month we have our open studios, and a lot of people come through. I mean, I don't sell anything anyways, but regardless, well, because what happens is when you have landscape art, all that happens is old people want to tell you about their recent drive last summer, and it's like, how do I politely just like make this person go away? Because you see all these people looking, and you're kind of like, please stop talking to me. Like, there's people interested. But it's also, in that case, my problem is I don't have merch. That's really my problem. Everything I have is only the handful of paintings and drawings, and they're way beyond a lot of people's price point. So that's my bad. But that is the thing. If you're not engaging people, nothing happens. They need to be wooed.
There's also an element of a lot of people buy the art because they like the artist. Like when you purchase a piece of art, you also purchase the feelings and the ideas of that artist. So people like to get to know you, and if they like you, they're more likely to buy your work because they want to support you because they consider you a friend because you've chatted to them for a while. And there's also this other side where if they purchase it, they have a piece of your work, and that's worth more than someone's work, if you know what I mean.
Exactly. Yeah, definitely.
I know that just has the feeling of a consumer. That's how I feel anyways.
What do you mean?
Well, so I own some art from artists that have given it to me.
Oh, right, yeah.
Special to me because of who they are, not because
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, and I feel exactly the same way because I used to visit conventions first, and it was meeting people and getting to know them. That was what really inspired me to do it myself, because I realized it's so much more special when you're standing there and you're chatting to the artist, and then you buy something in front of them, and then you say, could you sign this? And it's just like this whole experience is so fun.
I just see in the chat, barefoot robots wearing a dress. How dare you? That is fantastic.
I drew a bird for you, Mike.
What? How dare you?
I put a bird on his shoulder.
Oh God. Well, it's an adorable bird too. How am I supposed to hate? How am I supposed to hate on it now? I'll still hate on it. I don't care. I don't care. I am not liking how the face is looking on mine, but that's okay. Hey, Meta Baron asks, how do the gloves help when you are drawing digitally?
Okay, so obviously you phrase that around the digital thing because you know that traditionally they're used as a smudge guard. So the reason why I use them digitally, and this is actually the more common use that they're for, is because when you're working on a tablet, you've got this kind of semi-sticky surface. It's not sticky, but like your hand will stick to it if you're drawing for a while, like if you get like a sweaty palm or anything, or if you just try and rub your hand across the surface of the tablet, you do have a level of friction there. Now, the way that I draw, I do have my hand resting against the tablet for the majority of the time. So having like a piece of material between my skin and the tablet means that it doesn't rub. So that's the main reason. It's so that I can work smoothly whilst I'm drawing and I don't have any catching or like. So if I take my glove off, I'll just show you. If I take my glove off and then try and draw like a circle, you can see it's gone off slightly, and there's like kind of like dotty, like jaggedy lines a little bit. That's just because my hand is catching. Whereas if I draw with the glove back on, see how much smoother that is because I don't have anything working against me as I'm drawing. And then the second reason why I use them, and I use this as well for when I'm working traditionally, is because I've had several injuries to my hand over the years, which has meant that the ligaments in my pinky finger on my drawing hand have all become inflamed. And I've had injuries up in my wrist as well and up in my shoulder. But the pinky issue means that essentially if I carry on drawing and continually put the same amount of pressure on that finger, I will not be able to draw again. I've been told that it will never heal because of I'm constantly aggravating it because I'm drawing. By having something between me and the tablet and the paper, whatever I'm working on, that means that I'm no longer rubbing on those ligaments that are along the side of my hand and my pinky finger, which means I'm not aggravating it, which means I can draw for longer. So those are the two main reasons why I use it digitally. But yeah, there was also another question about putty erasers. Someone said that they
like these things?
Huh?
Like this that I've got here? The kneaded eraser?
Absolutely, the kneaded erasers.
They're mostly for charcoal.
Are they?
Yeah, they're best for charcoal. I use it because it's fun to squeeze it as you're drawing. It's like a stress ball.
It is
so I'm constantly going like this.
It's a good exercise for your fingers, actually.
Yeah.
Like I have like the most dorky thing. It's called an exerciser, and it's an egg-shaped squishy ball thing, and I squeeze that as I draw. When I'm working for like more than. Ow, my finger just clicked. You probably heard that.
Wow.
When I'm working for longer than about like 3 or 4 hours, I'll have that, and I use the kneaded eraser in the same way, where I just squeeze it to warm up my fingers when they're getting tight.
Yeah, and when you squeeze it, when you keep moving it, it works better because it helps kind of pushes all the dirty parts of the eraser inside, gives you the fresh things, and then also you can put it into fine points, so you can erase in smaller areas. Yeah, you can get like the little whites in the eyes. You can get the little shine. Mm-hmm. And then even then, I mean, really, the eraser that would be particularly strong for picking up pencil would be a eraser like a Mars Plastic, which I don't know if I have readily accessible. Is that yes? Yeah, like those, the white erasers. I have some smaller ones. I have some of these, like the that and yeah, here we go, like that. So that one's all dirty. And nifty enough, even they make the small ones, so you can get in the details. But I never use them. I always end up just using my kneaded eraser that usually comes like these. This is a Prismacolor one, so they can now send me a palette full of them for free. I'd appreciate it. Still waiting on that palette of brush pens, Pentel. I see you liking my drawings on Instagram. Anytime now.
Send you all the free stuff.
Send me all your free products. It's the least you could do.
He's got freckles.
Yeah,
oh, he does. I didn't
that
even
was
notice.
one of the reasons why I liked this picture, because I only learned how to do freckles digitally like a couple weeks ago, so I really want to try it.
I think this drawing might turn out okay. I don't know. I don't know if it looks like him. Kind of does.
Chat's asking how I injured my hand. Should I tell the story? I don't know if I've told this story on the podcast before. I don't want to keep repeating stories. That's boring. But anyway.
I'm not. You mind? I don't know. I don't know if you did say it on the podcast.
I don't know. I don't know if we just said it in soundcheck or something. I don't know. I'll say it anyway. Seeing as people are asking, I'll say it anyway, but I won't repeat it another show. So I've had several different injuries to my hand. The majority of them have been done at conventions. So I've seen that there's at least one person in the chat who's actually had drawing from me at a convention. You know the level of detail I go into at a show. I will sit there and I will draw every little detail on a corset, and I'll draw every little shine on a pair of fairy wings from a cosplayer. Every little piece of detail is what I draw, and that's the thing that I kind of like pride myself on.
That's the Sarah difference.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing that I do that's different to other people. The issue is that's a lot of strain on my hand, and the shows go from about, I think they open at 9 a.m. and then they close at 6 p.m. So I'm drawing I'm drawing a new commission every hour with 2 breaks in that. So I've caused issues with my hand from the amount of pressure that I'm putting on my hand. Because it's a commission, I tend to get a little bit nervous, which causes me to tighten up my arm and my shoulder and stuff, which puts more pressure on the fingers. And then also the amount of time that I'm spending drawing, I'm not giving my hand the breaks that it should. If you are drawing properly for several hours, I would definitely recommend taking like a little mini break every 2 hours or so to give your hand a break. And this is only if you feel your hand aching. Just stop for a bit, walk away, come back later. So I've had issues where I drew at my first convention. I sold commissions at £3 each because I didn't know what I was doing. And I just thought, oh, I'll just do that, that'll be fun. And then I think it was late on the first day that I was doing it, someone who I was drawing looked at me and said, are you aware that your hand is bleeding? And I looked down at my hand and my knuckles were bleeding from how long I'd been drawing and the pressure that I've been putting on my hand, and it rubbing against the paper, which is why I have the smudge guard. The next day after that, I couldn't physically move my hand. I woke up the next day and it wouldn't unclench. It was just in the same position that I draw in. It literally wouldn't move. After that, I had to go and get physiotherapy help. I had one of the bones in my spine was out of place. Then I had to have all of the bones in my arms like slightly readjusted, and then they taught me how to sit properly. Fast forward about a year's time, I'm at my next convention, and I now know how to sit properly, but I haven't really worked out the level of time that I'm spending on a commission properly. Like, some of these commissions are taking like an hour and a half, and I'm not having breaks in between them. Then I have to go back and get some more physiotherapy for my hand, and that's when they told me about the ligaments, and they said that essentially the rubbing against the paper is inflaming my ligaments. And the fact that it's not just a one-off thing, like it's not just a Showtime thing. I come home and then I do more commissions that were ordered the day before. And then after the show's finished, I've got the next book to write. So then I'm doing another set of drawings after that. So it was the fact that it was just constant and no breaks. Now at shows, I have 2 people with me who check that I'm getting the breaks that I need. And then between commissions, usually what I do is I say, right, I'll be back in a second if you don't mind waiting. I just need to go to the bathroom. I run up to the bathroom and I hold my hand under cold water until it has calmed down and until it's not that it's swollen, it's just that it's aggravated. So I just wait for it to calm down a bit. Then I'm fine, and then I go back to drawing, and everything's okay. And I haven't had an injury since I've started doing that, and since I've been having proper breaks, and since I've had the smudge guards. There was a little while where I was using not boxing gloves. They're like the kind of gloves that you use for kickboxing. They've got like a padded area. If there was a smudge guard that had a slight padded area around the knuckles and around the pinky finger, that would actually be the most perfect thing for me. But it doesn't exist. So I used that, and I used a splint in between it to until my hand had calmed down. But now that it's a manageable amount, that means that whenever I think, right, I need a break, I force myself to not draw, and instead I'll work on finance work or paperwork or website stuff. And because I'm using those breaks, or if I'm chatting to people, like on this show, I know this show goes on for like 4 hours, but I don't have the issue because as I'm sitting here chatting, I don't have my hand on the pen, I'm like leaving it alone. So that means I'm looking after it. So the biggest thing that I would say, if anyone spends a long amount of time drawing with a pen where you've got it like against the piece of paper, do take breaks, absolutely take breaks. And also, if you find any issues at all, do talk to a physiotherapist about stretches. Doctors you can talk to for have I broken my arm or something like that. If you want advice about properly looking after yourself, sitting correctly and all of that, talk to someone like a physiotherapist. And then the only thing that's a really big issue that you should look out for is if you have a pinpointed pain in like around a joint or something, that could be ligament strain, so look out for that. And then the other thing is if you have tingling feeling or numbness in the tips of your fingers, absolutely go straight to a doctor, because that's one of the signs of carpal tunnel. And you don't get it immediately, don't worry. By feeling that little bit of pain, you don't automatically have it. It's just something to look out for and be aware of if you are spending the amount of time drawing that someone like myself does, where it's your career and therefore you're doing it all the time. And tattoo artists get this a lot as well because they're sat there with a tattoo gun for hours on end. So be careful and have fun drawing. So there's my little injuring your hand story.
Oh, so D Munman finished a couple pieces, and he mentioned one of them feels wonky, and I think it could be a thing that I'm finding is kind of a struggle in this piece, and that is trying to find structure in the head right here on this side of the face. And I'm going to show kind of like what I do when I run into this situation. Sometimes if the lighting is not showing the structure very well, or I mean, there's a number of things that are off on my drawing anyways. I should hold it up, but I don't mean that as in boo-hoo-hoo, but there are, the eyes are too low and it doesn't, regardless, right here, focusing on this, ignoring all the other problems that I need to fix. One way to kind of help, I'm going to move my microphone over here. One way to kind of help find these issues, I can use Photoshop to my advantage here, and I also use Photoshop sometimes if I'm having trouble determining colors because of the red-green color blindness. Let me go to a screen share thing. Oh, that's weird. The piece isn't in the thingamajig. Hold on.
Hold up.
Hold up. Why is it doing that? Let me go like this. And that. Click on that. Huh.
You're right.
It's my it's not showing when it screen shares my Photoshop, it's not showing the it's not showing the image in Photoshop. That's weird.
Are you screen sharing your desktop, or have you told it just to screen share Photoshop?
I was telling it to screen. Oh wait, I guess I could just screen share my desktop.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm screen sharing the desktop because I think it picks a window and only shows that. And obviously, when you're using an art program, you have windows within windows.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So one of the fun things, I mean, obviously it's such a common filter, and a lot of people use it when they're making kind of more designy, Banksy-esque things. They do that they do the cutout feature, which does this. And the thing is this is actually a really useful tool when you're colorblind, because what it does is it simplifies the palette for you, and it's much easier to see these. Like, you can now easily color pick these big general values, and then I usually put them aside in some big swatches and then pre-mix that palette, and that's a good way to deal with color when you have certain struggles with being colorblind. It's not always the most accurate colors, but it's definitely usually a palette that you can do a base drawing with. But anyways, I just wanted to mention that because that was really useful for me back in the day. So assuming that I want to...
That's really cool. I'm just watching it on stream. That's really cool. I've never seen that used.
Yeah, and it's really helped me out a lot, especially when you just pick those 7 colors and you take the time to pre-mix a palette of paint, just these big globs of just those 7 or so colors, and it can take a long time to match them, especially when when your eyes don't see colors well. I mean, I've spent 2 hours mixing 7 colors just to get them accurate.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, like for me, if I'm doing, sometimes, especially with acrylic painting, if I pre-mix a palette, I'll spend more time mixing the few colors I use than actually making the painting.
Oh my god.
That's why I'm glad when I was in school, I managed to luck out. There was a class where the teacher makes you pick out like 30 color swatches from a Home Depot and then match the colors. And I'm so glad I didn't get that class, not only because it's just tedious anyways, but for someone who's red-green colorblind, it would have almost been too much to ask for me to, like, because it would take me so long to match each one that it's ridiculous, because some of them I honestly can't determine the color. Like, my eyes will keep fluctuating and my brain will never settle on what color it is, so it's kind of almost impossible. But so what I can do sometimes is you just do basic, I mean, even the basic things, and you can do this with like a free program like GIMP if you don't have Photoshop, is, I just make the thing black and white, and then I come in and then I just adjust the levels and I just push the grayscale real dark, and I just keep pushing it almost to the point where it's hard to see the picture. But what it actually starts doing is now you're starting to see the skeletal structure under the skin a little more. And this one's just going to be a hard one in general to deal with this area. That's why really I know I'm struggling with it, and some people in the chat are having trouble with it as well. But it definitely helps. And you can see, especially in this piece, why it's tricky, because if you look at the shape of the skull, the way he's sticking his lower jaw forward seems very unnatural. And so I know I made the mistake in my drawing of pulling this jaw back, because my eyes just don't want to accept that this is the shape that his face is making. It wants the jaw to kind of cut over here, and that made it so that my eyes are too close to the lower jaw. So at first glance, looking at a drawing, you might think to yourself, oh, my eyes are too close to the nose, etc. But really what's going on is more than likely you made the lower jaw way too close and in line with the nose, when really you should be jutting it out. It should be jutting out this way. One thing, and then I'll kind of see, we'll look at some of the other people's art here. I'm going to stop screen sharing for a second to
It looks really cool with the levels pushed up like that. It's just, there's a slight lag on the stream, I think, so I'm only just seeing it. But the way you've got the whole darkness on there, it really, really does show the skeletal structure, like you're saying.
Yeah, if you have, like, a lot of people would be kind of weird about Photoshop and reducing layers. It's like, if you have the tools to help you, just use them, Yeah. Don't worry about weird moral qualms you might have. I mean, in my case, I don't feel any guilt of using that to sometimes reduce the colors, because it's like, otherwise I literally can't see them otherwise. So, it's like, I don't worry about if there's, like, some weird ethical issue or something, and then the thing is also, people will trip out over that. It's like, listen, artists do that stuff all the time. Yeah. They all do. Even they did this in the Renaissance. You don't believe me? Like, watch the David Hockney documentaries where they talk about using camera obscura in the Renaissance. Like, or the movie Tim's Vermeer, another good documentary, where he a guy with no artistic talent uses the camera obscura way to remake a Vermeer painting, and the study being he works in special effects, and the thesis being that this is how Vermeer actually made these paintings, because they would see certain distortions you'd only see in photography, even though your photography, as we know it, was not technically around that time, but they did use those techniques to make paintings back then.
Right.
So I want to screen share D. Munman's pieces here. So first, it looks like he was doing some kind of watercolor pieces here. See, this one kind of had that issue. The jaw was in a little more, which kind of made it not feel like he was really pushing the expression. And I have another piece here. And I know there's probably the lag, so I leave it up an extra second. But then if you look at the next piece he did, which was the Lua on canvas, let's switch that up and grab that. This one, it looks like, in this case, he actually pushed the jaw forward more, which is closer to the expression.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Yeah.
Yeah, and that being said, it still makes it hard to properly align the eyes with the rest of the skull, which is something I'm struggling with on mine for sure right now, is once you push this jaw forward, the whole face suddenly feels flatter, and it's harder to get that skull structure in here. The ear is actually much lower on his head. The top of the ear would actually be right around here, where I have the little cursor. Hopefully that shows up. But it's below the eye line. The top of the ear is below the eye line in the piece. And so if you lowered this ear, that alone would actually pull in a lot of structure on the face, and I think that might be the part that feels wonky to you. So simply just lower this ear below the eye line, and now your skull will be foreshortened into the background.
I'm gonna do that too.
Yeah, I just did that as well. One of the things that I'm doing, which is helping me to do this, like to see stuff that my brain is correcting, is I'm holding my pen up to the image and physically looking at how things relate to each other. So kind of doing like a dot to dot line. So let's say from the tip of the eyebrow to maybe the bottom of the ear. And then that tells me that it's that angle because I can compare it to my piece, and then I can get stuff in the right place. Yeah, I think people are having all like very similar problems with it, and it is because it's such an extreme facial expression that you're really not used to not only drawing but seeing.
Yeah,
it means that
it's
you're kind
very
of correcting
strange.
It. Yeah.
And then also having it where it's an image that has the rest of the body and the figure makes it very difficult to draw too, because if it was just the face, you'd be looking closer at just the face, but you have all these other things happening in the photo. It's hard to just focus on the face.
Yeah.
Because then you might have the mistake that I ran into earlier where you start focusing only on the face, and then it's hard. If you want to draw the rest of the body, you kind of forget about it, you know?
Yeah, and then everything's slightly out of where it should be.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's a question in chat. Kamikaze asks, what do you guys think about mistakes in drawings? Like, if the eyes in a portrait are too low, do you draw it all over, try to fix it, or just roll with it? What do you guys do?
Yeah, I was just typing back on that. It's funny. I guess I don't need to type if I can just say it. But
we have the ability.
Yeah, I forget that I have a microphone. So what I would do is, if it feels minor, I try to fix it. And then the thing is, there's only a certain level of give the drawing will give you. Because if you try to fix it, what that means, especially like the way I draw is I work in and out. Normally you could lay in large shapes, and that's, I don't know, maybe it's a better way to do it, but I like drawing where I do the larger structure of things, but in smaller pieces, and then I measure them to each other, and then build it out. And for me, that's always helped me to get specific features and expressions, because instead of focusing on what my brain would think are the proper proportions for a face, it's just focusing on the features in relation to each other. And that really helped me get specific features. But what happens is that means if I make a mistake, I move one thing, but I use that thing to measure everything around it, and it can turn into this domino effect. Yeah. So if I move things, you know, and then that's off, but now that's off compared to this, et cetera, and what ends up happening is then if the mistake could be too large, I have to draw it all over. And what's really dangerous, if I went too far without focusing on the simple shapes and laying it in correctly, the whole drawing will be slightly off in all these different places, and then it will end up be torn up on my Instagram. So, you know, that could happen anytime, and I'm trying to see if I can make the proper adjustments with this one. I was talking about pushing that jaw forward, and I noticed even in mine I didn't have it pushed forward enough, so I'm going to try to fix that, but that's how I approach it. How do you guys approach that?
I'm always constantly making corrections, but like you said, I do make a decision whether it's minor or major, and what often happens is I'm done with the picture or the painting, and the next day I look at it and I realize there's problems.
Yeah.
At that point, I rarely go back and fix it because I found that with watercolor, if I do that, I start to get muddy. And if it's really bothering me, then I will paint something over and over again. And I use that as a learning experience. I'm not afraid to do it over and over again, but it's not super common. I don't do that all the time. Usually I'll move on. I'll make a note of it. What was my issue? You know, and try to think about it. And I'll give you a really specific example. All the time, what I do, what Mike was talking about with perspective. If my board isn't at the right angle or I'm not paying attention to perspective, I skew faces all the time because I've got my board too flat.
I do exactly the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so after the 10th time of doing that or something, I don't know, I start to make a mental note about that. You know, okay, stop. You know, put your thing in the right position, look at it correctly, and so I try to. I don't do it as much anymore. I think because I'm conscious of that very specific technical issue that I was having.
Yeah, now that you've like pinpointed it, it means that it's kind of always in your mind. You can focus on making sure it doesn't happen again, kind of.
Yeah.
I think that's such a common mistake. I think that's a mistake they don't talk about a lot, that lots of times, especially if you're just beginning to learn art, people will make, and that is trying to draw on the flat table. And then your eyes have this perspective going towards the piece. It will throw everything off. Like if you just the goal is you want the surface you're drawing on to be perpendicular to your face. You want to be looking, or wait, parallel?
No.
Parallel, yeah.
I guess you want it parallel with your head and perpendicular with your eye line. So you're looking straight at it. That's why, especially if you think of digitally in a certain way, even if you're working on a tablet and looking at the computer screen, the helpful thing is that the computer screen is flat to your face, and you want it helps so much. Like having an angle on your board, that's why they make art tables lean up. It's such a huge advantage, and I cannot emphasize how important that is.
Yeah,
most
absolutely.
mistakes are probably made because of that without people realizing it.
And it's something that no one talks about as well.
Nobody talks about that. They'll talk about the thing we talked about earlier with like rushing too quickly to the small features. You hear about that, but you never hear about those simple things like have the paper perpendicular to your eye line. Like that's why easels are useful, or drawing on a wall can be useful. Like seriously, if you're used to drawing on a flat table, tape a piece of paper to a wall and do a drawing straight up on the wall, looking right at it.
Yeah. I had an art project for school where I had to paint on a wall, and it wasn't until I did that I thought, oh my god, all of a sudden I can see everything in a completely different perspective and things are working. And then it was like, right, why is this? And like trying to figure stuff like that out. It's so interesting that just simple things like that can just change so many other things.
Exactly. Dominic Tran brings up a good point with measuring off the negative space to help proportions. That definitely helps too. So instead of always measuring like, oh, you know, where's this shoulder in relation to the head, etc., is you look at like this shape between his leg and chest and underarm, and you think, is this shape look accurate? And if this shape is off, then you know that something's off on the arm or the knee, and that's also a great way to measure as well. And it takes a while to develop an eye for that.
I've never even thought of that.
One kind of exercise I remember doing is pretty much off the continuous contour studies, where you draw the contour and then you can draw straight into the background and start you keep going from background back to figure and into the foreground with one line, and that helps you. The odd thing is being that if you're drawing, that flattens the image, and what's interesting is you think then the whole thing would look flat, but what ends up happening is you start getting more dimension because you're starting to pay attention to which way the lines and the structure is actually going.
Right.
It's a good way to practice this figure structure.
Yeah, Mr. Minion, man, that was always an issue for me of just not having space, and so I had to make space. I had to make an effort to figure out a way to get it up. And actually, for me, I got this board first, and I would just hold it up when I was, drawing, and so it wasn't perfect. My angle wouldn't be exactly where it should be, but it was better than laying it down flat on the table or flat on my lap, rather.
Yeah, Minion Man said that that he gets the angle by drawing on his lap. I think that's the most common way that I draw. I think I prefer to have my back slightly backward, and I don't have a reclining chair, so I'll sit back on a sofa and then have my knees up, and my knees will be the easel. It's not the most technically great way of doing it, but it does get the same effect.
Yeah, as long as it gets the paper facing the right direction.
Yeah.
Or sometimes what I would do is if it's like not convenient, I would hold it up and I'd put in all my markers or my landmarks or my block in the big shape and make sure that all the elements important for perspective were there.
Mm-hmm.
And then I could draw it at whatever angle and just trust the initial landmarks I put in place, right? Which isn't perfect.
Right at the beginning.
Yeah, and I'm sure I would mess it up a number of times, but it was just another
That's
idea.
a good thing, yeah. I think it's also good for digital, even if you're not working on a Cintiq, so you haven't got a screen. It's nice to have the pad at the same angle as the screen. It makes it so much easier to get rid of that weird disconnect because it feels like you are drawing in the same place. But yeah. If anyone has any questions, feel free to drop them in chat, by the way. I know you guys already are, but it's always good to remind.
I remember making some type of vague promise somewhere about us talking about color theory, but I don't even know if we're gonna really.
Right.
You brought it up. I'll add a little. I don't think it's trivia, but mention it. So. One of the Sketch Daily people told me to watch this show called QI that maybe you're all familiar with.
Yes, QI.
What show? Oh, QI. Okay. I never watch it, but I know that's supposed to be pretty good.
It's amazing.
There was an episode where they were talking, I don't know what the context was, but they were talking about...
there is no context in QI.
Magenta, I guess.
Okay.
And, they were saying that since it's sort of between blue and red... Mm-hmm. It's on a color wheel it makes perfect sense, but if you consider the colors what's the word I'm looking for? A spectrum, right? Mm-hmm. Not a wheel, but a spectrum from left to right. It doesn't exist because it's mixing two different wavelengths.
Yeah, pink and that aren't supposed to exist, are they?
Yeah. So I internalize that, I remember that, but it really messes with my head when I start trying to think about it and include that in my paintings. Like, pink doesn't exist? What?
One thing that
exists. What do I do?
That's why they talk about there's no black or white in the color wheel either, and that every time you see black or white or brown, what you're actually seeing is a like a very, very, very dark pale blue,
right,
or low intensity blue, or a very or if you're a brown, it's a very
It's desaturation is what it is.
Yeah. And then it hits that. And that's an interesting. I mean, that can really actually help to if you want a painting to have really rich blacks, it helps to really start thinking of them not as just black, but as very dark colors, because they all have different effects between a transparent or opaque black and warm or cool black will seem darker. That's why if you varnish in the same way that if you varnish a black, it seems a lot darker. Warm black tends to be flatter and more surface, but that has its own advantages as well.
There's a similar thing in printing, in print media. If you print comics, you're supposed to lay another layer under your line art that's a different color. So if you have, let's say, black line art, you need to lay another layer underneath that's like a really dark brown or something, and that means that the printer will print it with all of the colors of the spectrum, which makes it come out really rich and dark rather than coming out with this kind of, oh, that's not true black feeling.
I need to read my comic now. Dang it.
Why didn't you tell me? There was a great part in the comic, Jimmy Corrigan, Smartest Kid on Earth, or I think that's the full title, Chris Ware comic, where it's this whole scene for several pages where it's the main character and his father in a doctor's office, and it has these kind of doctor's office green walls.
Okay.
And as you're reading it, what a great book. That book's so awesome. But as you're reading it, here, I'll just go grab it, Hold on a second.
Okay.
What's gonna happen to the walls? Suspense. I wonder if they're gonna change colors. Dominic is an acquaintance.
I see. Gosh.
This book. And if you haven't read this book, you should have, idiot. What's wrong with you? No. It's
Wow.
so good. This is such a good comic. I don't know. Are you guys familiar with Chris Ware?
Nope.
So
not that I know of.
So he's very design oriented, and he'll include all these amazing little things like this, where in the middle of the comic, he'll take where the scene takes place. He'll then make this little page that shows you can cut these little shapes out to make the little 3D paper model of the scene.
I'm looking at it on Google. It's so cute.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be out of your mind to start cutting pages out of his comics. You'd be a real asshole to do that. But and then like even in the hardcover version, he's kind of known for doing these ridiculous page spreads. Like this whole cover is one big comic that
cool.
you can follow. So he's nuts, and he's just hilarious. But this comic the story is just, the thing that got me about this is not only is the art amazing, but the story is just so, the pacing of it and just the depth of it it's so ridiculously good. Here's the two characters meeting each other the first time, the son and the father. Pretty great. This is a great page showing the family, the relation in the family, and then their family tree. But anyways, what I wanted to show in particular, it's such a weird book. It's all coming back to me as I flip through it, so it's hard to keep focused. I can't recommend this book enough. It's seriously, it's one of my, it's at least in my top 3, if not like favorite comic.
We're gonna need to see that list.
Okay, I'll make it later in life. So he's in the doctor's office. So I thought these walls were gray because I'm colorblind.
Oh, okay.
Red-green colorblind, but apparently they are a doctor's office kind of greenish walls.
Okay.
A little bit of a cooler green, all of them. So you've been reading this for pages. It goes on, and this whole scene is just this amazingly awkward interaction between him and his father after he broke his nose, and the conversation and trying to picture each other at Disneyland and whatnot. But anyways, you're reading it and your eyes are just growing, just getting used to the palette of the page without realizing it, and realizing that it's all green. And then as it goes on, look, I mean, it's seriously dozens of pages. The doctor, maybe it was the nurse, mentions that yeah, since it's so green everywhere in here, you go outside and then suddenly everything looks kind of pink, and then it's just this one splash page, and he says, "Wow, doesn't everything look sort of pink to you?" And then the whole page looks pink because you've been reading everything in green for so long.
Right.
And I thought that was such an amazing little, you don't see that a lot, where they kind of mess with your they kind of the little meta awareness of the color theory.
Yeah, like
inside the
meta
comic.
meets a optical illusion.
Yeah, throwing it in the comic.
That's clever.
Wow, this comic is really amazing. If you want to read a comic about a really kind of awkward, sad story about a man meeting his father for the first time and it just kind of going awfully, this is the one. Which should be great. I mean, that's really kind of a lot of that dry British wit, right? You know, just constant awkwardness.
Constant awkwardness. That's what we live
Dry
on.
humor. You guys just feed off that, you know.
We do. It's kind of our currency. That and sarcasm.
You are so much better at that than anyone else.
Just staring at people awkwardly and just holding it for as long as possible.
Like I feel like at any moment, I would just like I should just apologize. I don't know what happened, but I should definitely apologize.
There was a really good video, oh god, was it Vsauce that did it the other day on awkwardness? It was so good. Like the whole video, he just makes you feel as awkward as physically possible, and you're just like cringing whilst he's using it to explain the science and the psychology behind awkwardness. It's so good. Definitely check out that video. It's Pantheon. It's not Fantagraphics. I thought it was Fantagraphics. Fantagraphics has a lot of great comics, and they put out a lot of comics like this. Them are drawn in quarterly, but this is Pantheon. So I just wanted to clarify that for Meta Baron. I can't recommend Fantagraphics enough. Okay, stupid question. What does IIRC mean? I keep seeing it on Reddit.
If I recall.
Thank you.
Is it?
I hope so.
That makes sense. That makes sense contextually.
What if I thought it was wrong this whole time?
Sounds right to me. I just saw it in chat and was like, I've never figured out what that means.
If I'm really clever.
If I'm really clever. I like it. That's what it means now. Maybe I'll start jumping in ink soon. It don't matter. Just dive in. Who cares?
Every time, right, you say that every week, and then, like, you start complaining because you jumped into ink too far.
This is my process. Here's the thing. So, my process is not a romantic, artistic process. You know, if you watch a movie and there's a painter, he'll probably be an abstract painter because then he can like dance into the painting, and then whatever the love interest of the artist is, she'll like be peeking through a window. It'll be raining, but she'll be dry for some reason, and she'll be peeking through a window, and he'll be like dancing around. She'll be like, "Oh, the passion!" She'll turn her and put her back against the wall, and then peek back in, and they're all, and that's all like dramatic. And whoa, the artist. It's like a dance. Jackson Pollock, when he paints, it's like a dance. And it's just so not, I mean, for me, it's like, oh, it's this guy hates himself. But I don't hate myself. But what it is it's me just looking at a paper and just kind of like swearing at myself a little bit, and then, just kind of letting my day out on it. And it's just so not a beautiful scene. It's a real ugly scene. And, yeah, I mean it is. It really is. It's like I'm my own nun with the ruler slapping my hands, And I don't mean it to be that way. But the thing is, I don't say it in that way where it's like I suck, boo. But it's just what the process is. I think part of me finds it funny. I think part of me thinks it's just kind of hilarious, just to be like, you suck, Mike. Shut up, Mike. Make the drawing better, Mike. That's just funny to me.
But when you're having your conversations with your marker?
Yeah, my hardcore marker. Always asking the big questions.
Is he coming out today?
I don't know, maybe. We'll see what happens. If I start drawing with it, maybe he'll start asking some big questions. Oh my god, have you guys read the comic Big Questions? Anders Nilsson?
No. I feel really bad because every single time you ask me if I've read something, it should be something that I've read, and I never have.
But we need to share comics more because I don't know anything about manga or manga. I don't know. I don't even know how to pronounce it. I don't know anything about superheroes. But what I do know a lot about are indie comics made
through the first 10 years, from 2000 to 2010. I know those. Any indie underground. So if we want to talk about Fantagraphics, me and MetaBaron, that's we really should, because Fantagraphics are awesome. They're also publishers of Comics Journal, which was half of my college experience, was reading that magazine, and then just laying on a couch and being disappointed at the rest of it. But
oh wow.
I remember college for me was like these two really awesome professors, and then I forgot everything else. I had two professors that are like, I wish college was just these two guys. Like, I wish it was me just hanging out and drawing with these two dudes, because I learned so much from them. And then everything else was like, why am I here?
I know the feeling.
Yeah. And then beyond that, it was just reading back issues of the Comics Journal and realizing that was such a bigger, deeper medium than I ever knew. And I still to this day recommend, the best book I ever read about comics was The Art of a Comic Book, An Aesthetic History by R.C. Harvey.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna pimp that book right here, because it's that important. I'm gonna be right back.
Pimp every book in your library.
We want the list. The reading list, the homework.
Sending everyone off. You have to read all of these books. I'm gonna pimp a book. Maybe I should pimp a book.
Do you have a book? I want a book.
I'm gonna go back to the Mass Effect talk.
Yeah. This book. This is the most important book about comics I have. This is the one that made all the difference in the world. Robert C. Harvey's The Art of the Comic Book, An Aesthetic History. And it's funny because it's such a goofy cover that he drew for it, but this is such a beautiful intellectual view at the history. He pretty much, instead of just kind of talking about the history of comics and this publisher, and then then there was, they started off as newspaper comics, and Crazy Cat was published by Hertz, newspaper, etc. Hearst. Right, yeah, and but what makes this so amazing is he kind of takes the approach where, instead of just talking about the kind of historical facts and breakdown and the biography of it, he goes through the history of comics aesthetically, meaning he'll take a page and then talking about a little bit of the history, then he'll talk about what's happening in the art in the page and how you're reading it and the different techniques the artists use. And he'll talk about how their techniques influence and evolve over time. So then he'll say, well, what this artist did differently is they started playing with the composition in ways that artists hadn't done before. This was a great page where he was talking about how, in this particular instance, the New Titans #2, he'll talk about how you'll be reading the comic, reading the text this way, but then now your eyes are supposed to come back over here. So to draw your eyes back, you follow the dolphin coming back this way, which brings you to this panel. And then now you're reading this panel, and then the movement in this panel brings your eyes to this page and comes down, and then you come up for the text, and then now your eyes drop again to follow the dolphin into the water, and then now it shoots back up to follow the figures and follow the text again. So he'll explain how each of these guys are breaking down the panels in a comic. Will Eisner obviously is a master of this. And that's how he tells the history of comics, is pretty much how each artist is influencing each other and the different techniques they use to kind of further the medium through the course of pretty much 100 years.
That is unbelievably invaluable. Can you tell me the name of that again, because I need to get that.
The Art of the Comic Book, An Aesthetic History. And he was one of the main editors of Comics Journal, and it's so fun to read, because it's also very, it's just the thing where that perfect combination where it's very intellectual but just super straightforward. It's not pretentious at all. There's so much to get out of this book. It is hands down, I saw this book at a bookstore and I just started reading it and I bought it, and it was that thing where I went straight through it, and I gotta read it again, because it was this and Scott McCloud's Understanding Comics were two big books, and I still to this day, I love Scott McCloud's book, but I'll still say to this day that this was the book that I thought was even better. In that regard, it's so enjoyable, and I just never felt I felt like I learned more from this than anything else.
I'm definitely getting that. I'm just looking at it. It's £19 on Amazon with Prime, so that'll be like, I don't know, maybe $30 max, I reckon. So
we should be like book clubbing this in the Artist Lounge. I am not exaggerating that is such a good book.
I'm definitely getting that. Like, just the way you're describing it, because when I'm working on my comics, I'm always looking at other artists constantly. I'm like, right, who has been brilliant in the past? Who can I draw inspiration from? That is absolutely invaluable. That kind of breakdown and discussion of how things affect the way you read the book, how it moves you around, and how it's affected the comics industry in the past and developing into the future. That's so brilliant.
Yeah, he'll talk about, then they started, they needed the catch eyes for doing this, so then they started making splash pages, and that's what Will Eisner was so great at, and here's how he made his splash page and how he made that work, and then he'll break down the art, and the whole time, it's just, you're just so in it. Like, you'll burn through the book so fast, because, I don't know, it was a thing where it was the first book about comics I ever read where I felt like they were finally... Because then Scott McCloud's book came, I saw that later, that actually, it come out later, I believe, or at least I found it later. But it was finally felt like it was just treating them, this is an art form, so look at it like a visual art form. So instead of it just being about the artists themselves or just comic strips here or there, it was finally breaking it down piece by piece. Here's things the artists did that were very successful in getting their concept across. Here's things that didn't work as well. Here's ways they tried to solve that problem, dealing with the formats they had, etc. And oh my God, it's such a good book. I'm like so giddy. I want to just like sit down and start reading it again.
So much passion.
It's just really good, and nobody ever talks about it. It drives me crazy.
I'll be talking about it now.
Meta Baron asks what the massive book you were showing last week was called. Remember the one that had loads of different pages?
Oh, the comics from around the world. Those
that
ones, the wordless comics from around the world. That was Comics 2000 by La Association. I had to order that from France. I don't know. Didn't we find that it was actually you could find it somewhere for not too unreasonable of a price? I thought we found it on eBay
I don't
or something.
know. I had to look and it was just like ridiculous prices on Amazon because it's out of print, isn't it? Yeah,
it's out of print and it was hard to get even when I got it. But COMIX 2000. Yeah, that book's awesome. That's a great book.
It's so weird when you discover that books can go out of print.
It's scary because then you start buying everything because you get scared it's going to go out of print.
Yeah, it's going to vanish.
I've gotten rid of so many books, but I cannot get rid of my comics. I've gotten rid of just a few because I need to clear space, and I'm kind of like, you know what, I'm not as interested in this one. But the comics are like, nope, I keep all those because those can still go out of print. But it's also important because they still need to be in their format. They don't. If it was made for print, you can't just. To me, it's like you can't just read it on a tablet.
Online,
you can read it online or on a tablet if it was made to be read on it. But if it was made to be on a printed page, all their compositions and the pacing of the story depends on you turning that sheet of paper.
Yeah.
And it
absolutely
ruins it. So you have to read it in the format that it's made to be seen in. So I can't get rid of the comics, and they sit there like the frickin' boulder we have to keep pushing up the hill to move those things around with us. Sisyphus, that's right. Sisyphus.
Demon Man says that he's posted his update in the thread.
Let's check it out. I can switch over.
I think that might be one of the last threads, one of the last updates. I'm not entirely sure. He said he saw.
Oh.
But it's looking very cool. I really like the eyes on it.
Where's it at? Where?
I'm going to load it up here. It's in the Artist Lounge with the main thread.
I'm going to look at your screen. It's easier.
Alright, there we go. Yeah, he lowered the ear.
Yeah.
And already it's like you think of how much of the face had already started. Let's put the other I don't know if I can side load the one next to it, but already it started to add more shape to the skull.
Yeah, you can see the skull and you can see the jaw is just poking out.
And the interesting thing is the eyes looked really misaligned before, but now they start to look like they're lined up more properly.
Yeah.
Now that the ear is lowered, just those slight little adjustments. Keep working with it. I'm still struggling with mine. I made his eyes too far apart. I've been doing that. You know the thing where you make a mistake, but you keep making. Like, I have some general mistakes I'll make over and over, but sometimes I'll get in this funk where for like a straight week I'll just make this one mistake over and over. Like right now I've been making eyes too far apart for some reason. I don't know where it came from.
Okay.
I'm the same way when I start making a specific mistake, it's over and over and over again until I can do something about it.
It's weird when it feels like it comes out of nowhere, though. Like it's something you felt like you didn't have a problem with before, and then suddenly you do.
Yeah. That's the worst. It's like, I didn't have that issue.
Like, where did it come
going
from?
on?
Why is it here now? I can't get his eyes right. I can't get them to... I keep adjusting and then noticing what I did wrong.
Yeah,
and I can't get
I
them to work.
realised that I had to go off and just work on a different part of the image for a little while. And I came back and I realised I've just noticed something else I need to fix, right? Well, I noticed that I'd drawn the eyes wrong, and the issue that I had is because one of the eyebrows is raised, it pulls the eyelid up on that far away one. And I've realised that that kind of changes the angle slightly of it. So I had to move it up slightly, and all of a sudden it looked way better. And then I could see all the issues around
I think
it.
that's what I'm I don't think I got the expression there. I didn't raise the eyebrow properly. I think I need to exaggerate that more.
Yeah, that's what I've done. I've exaggerated it, and then I'm hoping that when I paint it, I can tone it down slightly, and it'll be at roughly where it's at.
Oh wow, that helps so much. Just doing that little thing right there.
Collaborate. Good.
Oh my God, have you seen the Robert Crumb documentary?
No.
That's a good documentary, and you pretty much learn how crazy his family is. But you know, he's helping his son is working on a drawing, and Crumb was talking about drawing this one woman. He's like she kind of has this subtle. I just remember this one scene. He's like she kind of has this subtle sneer in this photo here. He's like it's not that much, but like if you emphasize it and exaggerate it a little bit, it really helps a lot. And that's what he's.
Yeah.
That's what I think about that. Sometimes is the artist. It's even better to exaggerate it more than it already is to help see those shapes and structures.
Yeah. And
that's a good example of those eyebrows.
Yeah, the thing is as well that you can kind of tone stuff down once you get to the kind of shading and colouring and painting area. So if you exaggerate the original sketch, that means you're really looking for all of the things that make the picture that picture. And then you can tone it down as you get through it, and you kind of end up at this middle ground of where it's supposed to be. That's really helpful, actually, I've found, for... gesture drawing, and when you're working with comics or animation or anything like that, when you really want to make something look alive rather than it's just standing there, if you exaggerate the way the hips would be moving or the shoulder would be moving and stuff like that, then when you kind of tone it down slightly, it looks way more natural because you haven't just got this stiff body.
Yeah. Better. It's not.
I think I've drawn his head too small relative to the perspective, because his head's closer to the camera, so I'm trying to figure out what the correct size on that should be.
Someone's asking if we're looking at the RGD one.
Yes.
Aren't we?
Oh, do you mean someone's posted in Reddit Gets Drawn of a picture?
That's what I'm wondering. Maybe that's what's going on here.
Let's have a look.
You know what's funny? Sometimes I have to go back and like look at the Artist Lounge thread to see like what I told people we'd be talking about, because I kind of just sometimes like I kind of think of things we might have just brought up during the week, like, oh yeah, there's this, or a thing that happened, and then I have to be like, oh, what did I say we were going to talk about that? I probably did, and then I have to check, go into this old thread here, see.
Yeah, Demand Man's posted it in the Reddit Gets Drawn, right?
I'm gonna give him an upvote. Is it the one that we just talked about?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, we always talk about burrito theory, so that's obviously.
Did you say burrito?
A burrito theory. Yeah, that's an ongoing theme of the show is burrito theories. Oh, that was right. Talent versus skill, and I brought up art slumps.
Oh yeah.
Which we've kind of covered a little bit, but the talent versus skill being that classic argument of, you know, when someone says an artist is talented, sometimes that the idea when saying, oh, they're just full of talent, it detracts from all the hard work that the artist does practicing and learning a craft.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this recently. I think, obviously, saying, oh, you're so talented is definitely a compliment. Everyone knows that, and I'm definitely not saying that it's not a compliment. But I do think there is an element of, maybe it's our culture, maybe it's a Western thing, I'm not sure, that we congratulate people for having like this weird gift that they can paint, or that they can sing, or that they can play an instrument or something, that all of a sudden they were born one day and they happen to be able to do that. And I think that's kind of annoying because of the amount of work that these particular skills involve. Like becoming an artist, I can remember sitting at home with papers strewn across the living room of just trying to draw a dolphin. Like I decided I'm going to learn how to draw a dolphin. So I drew dolphins from loads of different angles and just drew them over and over and over and over again until I was at a point where I thought, that looks like a dolphin. But then someone's going to look at that picture and say, oh, you're so talented. And
yeah.
It's like, well, no, I'm not. I wasn't born yesterday and I was able to paint a dolphin. I sat there and studied it, and I know it is a compliment. It absolutely is. And if someone says to me, you're so talented, I think I've been told 3 times since this came up this week, oh, you're so talented. And I absolutely am not dismissing that that's a compliment, and I'm very grateful if people say that and that they think that. But I do wish that the word was more centered around skill. Like, you're so dedicated, or it's so amazing that you can do that, or you're so skilled, something like that. I do kind of wish that was the way we put it, because I think it affects people in different ways. I do think a lot of people don't give a shit, right? I absolutely think that. But I do think that there are people who are told you are talented every day, and it will make them be lax. And this isn't just something that I've seen happen. This is something that I've heard from other artists as a recurring thing, where someone is told from a very young age, oh my god, you're so talented, over and over and over again, and they become this kind of big fish in a little pond type thing, where everyone around them thinks they're the most amazing thing. The moment they walk into a professional setting or a college setting, somewhere where you are around thousands of people who have all got the same, quote, talent as you, all of a sudden that isn't as impressive, and now you realise that the people who weren't being told that, who worked their arse off, they've become better than you because they've been putting in the dedication, the skill, because they knew that that's what they needed to do to get to that level. Whereas you've gone, I could always be able to draw that, I will always be able to draw that, I don't need to practice. I think some people do get that weird ego. And obviously this isn't a thing that I'm generalising for every artist, because there's loads of artists where this doesn't happen. It's just I have seen it happen. There's also something that I think, and this is something that maybe I'm not saying that I think the public is an issue. I don't think that. I think like your family and your friends and or the public walking up to you and saying, oh, you're so talented, that's a good thing. I do think that. I think this is more of a schooling thing where when you're sitting in a class, it can have negative connotations because you end up with that with the people who are being told they're talented. And then you end up with the kids in the class who are always not given any praise. So they're sitting there working really hard. No one cares because their work isn't the one that's stuck up on the wall because they're not the talented kid. So they then learn, well, it doesn't matter, I'll never be that good. And they learn that side of it. And it's not fair because, yeah, there are some people who have either something mentally or physically that's going to hold them back, whether it's an actual disability or just something in their head that says, I'll never be that good, and that's what holds them back. But most people, I believe, personally, can learn how to draw and can learn how to paint. I think it's a skill. I think you can teach pretty much anyone to draw a picture. And it's the dedication and the skill and that kind of thing that means that they become these people that people say are talented. I just kind of wish that it wasn't so mystical and magical and that people would say, like, you wouldn't go up to a plumber and say, you're so talented. You'd say, thank you for everything that you've done. You've been really great. I just kind of wish that it wasn't the only word that people jumped to, you know?
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. I had this kind of conversation with a friend a while back, and I was saying that, you know, it doesn't, you know, you learn how to do a craft and a skill.
Yeah.
And I mean, in the devil's advocate sense, he did say, well, think of it this way, like, do you think there's possibly a chance that your brain can retain information visually to a certain advantage over someone else?
That's why I said that there could be something. Yeah, there could be barriers, and I absolutely agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, but that even being said, I mean, I'm still with you, and I feel like everybody, even if your brain's better in some ways over others, everybody still, I think, has it in them where they can at least learn to their own direction and their own style and voice to make art, you know. And then the rest is just practicing the hand gestures, but I think everybody can have that in them. They may not have the proclivity towards it, but that doesn't mean that they can't do it, you know. And that's the thing that gets me about the talent thing, is it undermines, because a lot of people will want to learn art, but they get discouraged because they're just like, well, I'm just not an artist. It's like, well, you don't have to be this certain crazy level, or even lots of times that level is even, it's kind of, it can even be made up bullshit too. It's like kind of mythical, you know. It takes, you hear about these masters, and lots of times if you start learning the truth about it, you'll also learn that they're not superhumans, you know. They all have shitty art too. You just never saw it because the shitty art doesn't make it through history.
Or even, like, if you take people like Leonardo da Vinci, someone like that, they were the kinds of people who were told, you have to study for 20 years before anyone will even look at you. Like, you don't, no one was born with the ability to draw. It was accepted that it was a skill and that you sat there with a master and you studied it for 20 years. And then then people noticed that you existed. It wasn't a congratulations, you were born with the ability to paint. Like,
yeah, exactly. And then taking it into mind, I think what the real talent, I dropped something, I don't know what it was. I hope I find it. I don't know if it was like a pencil sharpener or what. But I think keeping in mind also the thing is what talent might, sometimes I wonder what talent might actually be is not so much that you have the physical kind of ability to do the thing or this part of your brain, because sometimes there's things, you know, you'll see a 6-year-old kid playing, you know, Rachmaninoff, and you're like on the piano, and you're like, well, clearly, like, that kid's just programmed. Like, it's just, that kid's amazing, you know. But even to a certain degree, I think sometimes what talent can actually be is just your willingness to put up with the dissatisfaction of learning. And what I mean is in that way that you can just tolerate, like, you know, if I fail at, like, if I'm trying to learn an instrument and I'm failing over and over, my patience for failure with music is much lower than my patience for failure with art. Now, given you see how much I beat myself up over art.
I'm exactly the same. That's
Like,
why I never practiced at music, because I couldn't be asked to deal with myself being rubbish at the beginning.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, this
myself.
is so embarrassing. But when I sucked at art, it's like, this sucks, I suck, I hate everything. And then 10 minutes later, I'd be like, I want to draw again, you know? And that's all it was, is my willingness to fail had a higher threshold, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the thing is as well, you never see someone talented at something that either their parents didn't push them into or they don't love, right?
Yeah.
No one goes, oh my god, I hate hockey and I've never played it, but I just played one game and I'm the best player in the world. That doesn't happen, right?
Yeah.
That's never happened.
Yeah,
No one goes, this is my first time drawing, I hate drawing, and now I'm Picasso, right?
Apparently I'm great at it, I hate it.
I absolutely despise art, but apparently I'm the greatest. I'm like God's gift to the planet.
It's so boring to be amazing.
Exactly. So, I mean, it's not an anime. It's not like Kuroko's Basketball where they do that. No, it's not. That's not what the real world's like. So, no, if no one is born with a talent that they dislike, then that means that it's got to be something more environmental that's causing that. Maybe they just liked the thing and then they want to do it all the time. Like, there are talented video gamers who have the ability to just play a certain type of game and they'll always be the best in the world at it. It's not because they were born with the ability to play video games, because that isn't a thing that is in evolution. Like, that's not a thing.
Okay.
But they might have certain things to do with them that means they're maybe more susceptible to being good at said thing. But the reason why they got good is because they played it every day and they got really good at it, right?
Exactly.
At least that's what I think.
They might be, you know, they have the proclivity to, I hope I'm using that word right. I should really study words before I say them. But, you know, they'll have the certain kind of analysis and coordination to be good at a certain game. Like, they won't be better than me at Nintendo Golf, but they could be really good at another game. No, I'm only half joking. Me and my friend got so good at that game. It was ridiculous. It took the right level of boredom. You guys ever play that? Just the original Nintendo Golf, where you kind of play as a weird... You play as like a middle-aged looking like Mario. Like, if Mario was like, whoa, that Mario kind of looks like my dad. And it's just original Nintendo. The game's just called Golf. They don't even clarify that it's Mario. You just kind of...
Is this on the actual original Nintendo?
Yes, Nintendo Entertainment System Golf. And you hit the ball and it goes... Anyone who plays it knows exactly what that game is. And, oh my god, me and my friend played that so much over this one summer. We would just kind of party at night, and then during the day we would... when we didn't have work, we would sit there and we would just drink cup after cup of coffee and play 18 holes of Nintendo Golf, to the point where we were like this ridiculous pro level. Like, do you know you play a game so much that if you start a round, like 5 minutes in, you're like, oh, I didn't do that thing right. You have to start over because you know you can't beat your... We got to that point. Like, we knew exactly what wind speed we needed on what hole to get, like, the lowest score. We determined that the best you could get, I don't remember what it was, but we had determined what the best score you could possibly get in the game was. And so we got to the point where I think we were playing around, like, something like 12 to 15 under par on, like, a stupid Nintendo Golf game. Come on, I hope somebody in the chat played this game. Don't leave me alone out here. Unbelievable. No, you know,
it's a little
someone
bit
out there plays Nintendo Golf, and they are so impressed. Like, right there, they're going to be like, wow, that guy is so good at Nintendo Golf if he's playing like that, to that level. I'm that abstract painter. Someone out there is watching me and my friend play Nintendo Golf through the rainy window. And we're playing in candlelight. We're dancing around with the controllers. People are writing poetry about it later.
Demand Man says, I think humans can do anything they decide to do.
Except be better than me at Nintendo Golf.
Except that. No, I started with the N64. That was my first console.
Oh my god, that was your first console. I'm so old.
You are so old. I mean, earlier you were talking about 80s stars. I didn't exist in the 80s.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, wow. I remember when Nintendo 64 came out, I was in junior high. I was in like 7th or 8th grade. Like I remember it coming out. Oh my god! I remember when we got the Nintendo. I remember that when the Nintendo came out, we bought it, and then we didn't understand why it didn't come with games. We didn't know games were sold separately. That's how how old school it was buying that console for us. So it was like, so we were after Atari, but you know.
Yeah, no, my first game was Ocarina of Time.
Oh.
What? Oh my god. What?
Yeah.
That's a good game.
I'm 22 for age-wise, if Joe wants to know.
I'm super young too.
Yeah, I'm like 17.
Oh yeah.
I'm 17 and bald, but I don't even care because I'm so confident in my Nintendo golf skills. It doesn't even matter how bald I am.
It actually that helps your game. Being bald is part of the strategy.
It's very much so. I don't want my hair distracted, even though I could use my hair to determine the speed and direction of the wind.
Mr. Minion Man just said a great point. He said, they say that they don't really practice, yet they've just been engrossed in it for so many years. That's so true.
Right? Yeah, it's not practice. If you love it, you enjoy it.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't think they've been practicing, but they've just lived it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not what practice is. Spending several years working on a craft.
Absolutely, I know, right?
Like you were talking about the parents, you know, just being surrounded by it all the time.
Yeah.
Skin.
I apologise if people can hear my squeaky pen. I don't know why it's so squeaky. It started like last week. Demon Man says he had Pong.
That's old school. See, Demon Man, that's kicking it real old school. Like a Pong console. He had one of the 900 Pong consoles, or was he just playing it in the arcade,
he had one
picking
of
up chicks?
He had the actual original one. You know, the one that's basically a submarine console.
Oh, like where they made it out of like a radar machine.
Yeah, the little radar that it shoots across. The first video game.
Foosball before TV. I sucked at foosball, but my friends were so good at it. My friend Bob, who was in the chat last week, he had these insane battles between him and my friend Dan, and it got intense. I just sat back and watched, like I couldn't even compete. First console was the Nintendo Entertainment System, and my second was PS2. Oh, skipped a lot of consoles in between. Interesting.
Yeah, I went from N64 to PS2.
I went from N64 back to PlayStation, which I thought was kind of interesting. I was like,
I've never owned a PlayStation. I'm a big Nintendo fan.
PlayStation was great. I had PlayStation, then PS2, then PS3, and now I'm done with consoles for good because of Steam. Sweet, wonderful Steam.
So are you not a Final Fantasy fan then?
I liked Final Fantasy VII a lot. I didn't finish it. I got to the end and didn't finish, but I thought that was an amazing game.
No, David.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. The best Final Fantasy games were on Super Nintendo.
What? Wait, what?
Final Fantasy 3 was the best. Well, Final Fantasy 6 or 3 was probably the. I didn't actually play it, but everyone says that was the best one. That's Super Nintendo.
And when Final Fantasy VII came out, I was like, this is garbage. It's rubbish. The game's peaked. Why bother playing anymore?
Oh, wow, okay. I mean, Final Fantasy VI was very, very, very good. Is Final Fantasy VI the same as 3 for you?
Yeah, Final Fantasy VI is 3 on Super Nintendo, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, how great would it have been to say that wrong on purpose and just make people angry?
I mean, I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it was 3 that we played, and it was actually 6 in Japan.
That's like the one with the train and everything, right?
Yeah, train suplex.
There's this like octopus guy keeps coming back, and he's the octopus. Oh, it's a wonderful game.
Oh my god, Dominic Tran, are you serious? Dominic has just said my first console was the Wii.
What?
What? No, I don't believe you.
He's also a notorious liar.
All they play is Wii Sports 24/7, guaranteed. Bowling all day long.
I remember when the Wii came out, I played it. My roommate got it, so we had it in the apartment, and we were playing like the Wii Sports and that a lot. And he liked playing Wii games, but I never really got into that console. He was also a big Smash Brothers fan, and I never got into that.
Smash Bros is good.
I play it casually. Smash buttons.
Yeah, so do I. I don't know what I'm doing in Smash Brothers, but it is great fun. My friend brought their oh, I'm gonna get the number wrong. Their niece around 4 years old, I think, 3 or 4. I can't remember how old they were at the time. Anyway, they came around and just like smashed everyone as Pikachu.
Oh my god. Do you know how old I am? It's kind of like Pokemon was like after my time.
Oh.
That's my age. So when Pokemon was around, I was just like I'm too old. I was too old for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, you know?
Yep.
To the point where I actually say the whole name instead of just Power Rangers.
I don't really say the word that often.
I don't remember how old I was when Pokemon kind of happened.
I was in high school, and my girlfriend's little brother had Pokemon, and we made fun of Pokemon all the time. He had cars, he had the game. I'm like, this is for kids. And then one day I was just hanging around, and I was like, hey, let me look at this. And I was addicted. I was like, holy crap.
We had the opposite. So, my family friends were like a lot older than me, and they'd always get so upset with me and my mates because they'd be like, oh, you guys ruined Pokemon. It was supposed to be for adults, you know, but kids started getting obsessed with it, so 4 kids brought it over and stuck it on the kids' network, and we were like, okay.
That was never supposed to be for adults. I'm just joking. But Pokemon was, I remember kind of being tripped out by that, especially like Digimon and all that other stuff, because I was like, aren't you supposed to make the thing and then you make the toys? Like, they're actually using... It'd be like if I was watching Ninja Turtles and then they spent the whole episode playing with Ninja Turtle figures. I'd be like, wait a minute. Like, you're not supposed to play with the toy in the show. You're supposed to make a toy about the show.
Best. Because
so
you
commercial.
know all the rules to everything.
Oh,
That was the best.
I always... When we were growing up, part of the criticism was it's so commercial. It's just to sell toys. And now, as an older person, I look back at my favorite cartoons, like that were like invented for toys.
But at the same time, they didn't play with the toys in the show.
It's just whatever, man.
How weird would that be if you're watching G.I. Joe and he's like, we need to play with the... I don't know G.I. Joe very well, but you get the idea. Like, they're not playing with the toys in the show itself. That's weird. I don't know. Maybe that's like some crazy meta level of children's programming, you know?
It's progress, dude. Evolving.
Yeah, they're just ahead. I don't know. I think that messes with people, though. Sometimes I get, like, upset because, you know, I remember, like, selling out used to be, like, a thing that people, like, were worried about, and now nobody cares about it.
No, that is not true. That is so not true.
Well, people do.
People bitch on YouTube about, oh my god, you're such a sellout because some YouTuber decided that they wanted to have some money in their lives.
Well, and that's the thing. I'm glad that it's there and still like kind of an issue. Not that I even agree with it, but I got scared because people got so quick to just be like, who cares? They need to pay the bill or whatever. But sometimes like sometimes it still didn't feel right. I remember I brought it up in the artist lounge and it was I can't remember what's her name. She's Portlandia. She's in Portlandia.
Brown.
Yeah. She did an American Express commercial, and I was like, why? And then she's like doing the Portlandia characters, and whatever, you know, you're an adult, you know, you just whatever, you just do that thing. You put in the way I like figure is, you know, you've been in the game long enough, you put in your time. Now, like, you know, whatever, you just do your thing, pay your bills. Who gives a shit? The last thing an artist should worry about is some idiot like me sitting in my living room or bedroom being mad at my computer screen. Like, who cares, you know? But at the same time, I think it's important that there's idiots like me out there being mad at my computer screen about it because on one hand, like, you need some balance. I remember when there was the whole Miami Art Basel Festival thing going on, and a huge sponsor was the UBS Bank, and I was kind of bothered that like nobody was raising a stink over like the clear divide of class in a bank with a lot of sketchy history sponsoring this art event. And not that I even would necessarily agree with it. I was just mad that that other voice wasn't there.
Right.
And it wasn't an issue.
That's reasonable.
Remember when there was the BP was having their shows, and after the oil spill, there's a bunch of artists like protesting it?
Yeah.
Like, that should be there. That's what artists do. Like, there has to be those both sides. Because if there isn't, then people are so comfortable not, like, my only concern is with selling out is not, you know, oh, the integrity of the art, screw you, selling for the man. But it's like you start losing some personal elements of the art if it's always about a product in the end. Like, you still want to see art that was just for the artist to kind of get out there as well. So I would kind of just get annoyed that there was at least there just needs to be some kind of contrary opinion. Even if I don't agree with it or even like it, I still want to know that it's something's out there, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that. Just even to make a balanced argument.
Yeah, exactly. Like, because it should be justifiable. And like, I felt there would have been a very, in some of these instances, a justifiable argument. It didn't have to be agreed upon, but it could have very easily been an issue that you can't at least deny that there was some value to the argument, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I agree with that.
I mean, people got way too, especially kind of like Generation X, Generation Y got hypersensitive to that and took it too far, but then I feel like kind of millennial and after, they don't think about it at all. They went like the complete other way to a point where sometimes I get kind of concerned about it. Like, hey,
I think it depends on the media. So if you're on YouTube and someone decides to do a paid brand deal, immediately the comments are, "You're a sellout. How dare you?"
If you do what on YouTube?
Like a paid brand deal. Like, for example, a YouTuber might decide to do a video with, let's say, Snickers, and it's basically an advert for them, and that's all it is, and it's just got a little bit of a jokey thing from the YouTuber. The thing is, everyone, like, complains about it, but at the end of the day, YouTube is actually seriously lowering the amount of money that you get paid on YouTube. Because it's the winter months and it's after December, there's basically no ad companies trying to get adverts on YouTube, which means the people who you love are making videos for you and not getting paid for it, even though if they don't do this as a full-time job, they can't give out the videos that you guys want. Then it's an element of why is everyone so mad if they want to eat that week?
Yeah, exactly. Why is it slower in the winter months?
Because, for example, what do you advertise before December? All the Christmas stuff. So you have to think, right, advertising companies set up advertising campaigns around events happening. Yeah. And there isn't really any events in like January, February, other than maybe the January sales for clothing, but that's not going to sell on a gaming channel, for example. That's why. But like I definitely agree to a point with certain things. So for example, I don't think a reviewer should do a brand deal because it could affect the review that they give. Like they might skew a certain thing that they say because they don't want to annoy the person giving them money. But if it's just like a silly YouTube channel where it's like a bunch of people joking around or whatever, that kind of thing, then I think people get too upset about it.
Oh, definitely.
And if you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. Like, dislike it and don't watch it and let the channel know that you don't like it. But don't just sit there complaining endlessly for no reason, you know?
Do you know it's a hard situation to think about? Is I think to a certain degree, an artist should have a... Why did I draw that line? Why did I do that? That's so stupid. Why didn't I save that for the Micron? Why did I do that with the brush pen? Because now it's like I have this weird line. I don't know what to do with it. I think a person does need to make a certain... like, a decision, like what thing they would be willing to advertise, you know? It's kind of like, if on one hand, I joke about like getting my crate full of my palette of Pentel pens because I like using my Pentel pens. Yeah, sure. I'll talk good about this brush pen. Why not? Because I use it and I like it, and as far as I know, that company's not completely horrendous. I don't know. I haven't researched it. But then at the same time, if I'm doing art and then, I mean, just for the sake, it's just like, then Halliburton comes up and's like, listen, Mike, we want to make some awesome paintings about these fittings that we put in deep sea wells for drilling oil. And I'm like, wait a minute, fellas.
Yeah.
We all know where that went,
Everything.
like, like, Mike, we have a contract here with, I don't know, whatever company. What would be it like? Union Carbide would really like to help you with an ad campaign to kind of soften the effects of the Bullpull disaster. Like, hey, wait a minute, I don't agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's definitely important. Like, advertise stuff that you feel good about and that you use anyway.
Yeah, the things that you believe in. Now, a lot of times you might be in that situation is like, well, they were willing to give me a chance, And do whatever.
Be honest about it as well. Say this is a brand deal and don't pretend that it's anything different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's that thing. Like, lots of times it's harmless. It's just like they're just companies doing their thing. That's cool. But sometimes with like some companies, when it seems like such a conflict of interest with the artist's integrity of, because I think what ends up happening is the fans feel cheated because like sometimes an artist will do an ad or stick up for a brand that it's like, whoa, like a lot of your art that I believe in and love is not philosophically aligned with any of this, and it cheapens everything they've done, up to that point. And I think that could be a very justifiable argument a fan could make to be upset because it's like, listen, this thing meant a lot to me that you did, and now I don't believe in it anymore,
Yeah, I think that argument's been made for things like Star Wars and stuff like that a lot, where they've just shilled it completely into just random stuff for no reason.
Yeah, and people feel like to a certain degree it was such a big part of their childhood. And if now they have a problem with this thing, it's like, well, of course there's a big industry, but they're kind of like, well, it meant more to me than that when I was a kid,
Yeah.
It meant like there was like a philosophy and a belief, like you're almost raised on it, and then now it becomes this thing like, oh, was it all just about the toys or the, like you second guess everything. Like, oh, I thought there was a film attached. Is it all just about this other thing now?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just as an example, but.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
That was a good example we can all relate to.
So that's all I was saying is I was just obsessed, especially with the art festival. That there was just like, come on, I thought they were artists here. Like, where'd they go? Like, why isn't anybody butthurt about this? Are they? Am I just missing it?
Isn't that just like artists' job to be butthurt?
Yeah, they're supposed to, like, you are professional butthurters. Where are you?
You got to see the butthurt in their art.
Yeah, you've got to wait a week for them to paint a picture. About how annoyed they are.
Why is like the highlight of this is like, how come the only thing I want to watch out of a whole art festival is Riff Raff talk about art because it's hilarious, like, shouldn't there be something else that's inspiring happening here? But in fact there is not. Yuck, art fairs.
I don't sell anything at art fairs.
Well, I think the fairs, there's different types, The thing that's nice, particularly at fairs, if it's comic fairs, is it's geared towards a wide audience, Yeah. So there's something for I go to a comic fair, there's something for me there. Hey, look, there's all these comics. I can buy some comics, talk to the artists. Art fairs in like the fine art world are just like these exclusive
they're a weird
things
thing.
For the big buyers, because they're trying to figure out, well, galleries aren't really working, and auction houses are kind of the thing. How do we? What's the other little line we can have here, and so like I go to an art fair and it's like, what the hell's here for me, and everyone's falling around like P. Diddy, seeing what he's looking at. I don't care what P. Diddy's looking at.
What was he looking at though?
I don't know. I wasn't at that one.
You were deliberately avoiding him.
Big time. Just kidding. I don't know.
Well, that was a nice little mini rant, wasn't it?
I say a lot of things that I'm aware I'll probably just regret and be embarrassed about like a month later.
This is my philosophy actually. I used to have so many passions. I felt so convicted about beliefs and ideas, and then invariably one by one I'd realize maybe I'm wrong actually.
Yeah.
That's just part of growing up. You're just like, you know what? I'm an idiot. Why do I care? Why am I such a dick about it? Like that's like a big thing in my life is why was I such a dick about it? Why did it matter? Like a person just does their thing. Who cares?
Exactly. Why am I so passionate about something that doesn't matter? It doesn't affect me. How can you like Jar Jar Binks? It's the worst thing ever. You're an idiot.
It's okay to dislike him.
It's fine to dislike him, but why was I so mean?
Because it's almost a racist character, like in his cartoon accent. I mean, it's straight up like, I mean, good lord.
I don't think it's almost racist.
Misa? Seriously? Unbelievable.
Wait.
How did that get past the editing room? Like, was there nobody on staff that was like, whoa, wait a minute?
What racist stereotype is it?
Oh, you know, it was like almost like he's so close. He's like, you might as well put him in blackface. Just like,
right.
Oh, Misa people gonna get hurt. You know, it's like,
right.
What the hell? Like,
but it's a generational thing. There's like all these young kids who watch the show and they don't know anything. They're fine with it. And yeah, I look at the old Disney cartoons. I watch all the racist crows and stuff.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I watched. I'd never seen Peter Pan. I'd never seen it.
Oh, yeah.
So I watched it recently, and it got to the scene everyone knows with the like red Indians. I just thought, oh my god, what is this?
What makes the red man red? And it's like one of my favorite Disney cartoons. I watch it now, I'd be like, oh my god, this is horrifying.
Yeah, and then Lady and the Tramp with the Siamese cats. That was always like one of my favorite bits. Like that was the song. Now that I actually know what the words are, I'm like, oh my god.
There was I was watching clips of like old Looney Tunes cartoons, and I remember there was one. It was like World War II, and Bugs Bunny was throwing things out to people, and he actually at one point threw something to a guy and said, "Here you go, monkey face," and I was like, oh my god. Like, and that's just in one of the cartoons they don't show anymore. You know, it's like unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's really interesting.
But
to think of the things
that was propaganda though, which is a whole other kettle of fish.
Yeah, it's true. Was that supported by the the U.S. government? Were they like footing a bill towards those kind of things?
Yeah, I think it was something like that, and there was a load of like anti-Nazi stuff and things like that. We did a bit of study of it in history class and showed some of the videos in there because a lot of it was just it was propaganda, but for American and British children.
Yeah, there was there's an interesting book. I remember talking about this somewhere else, but it was about how a lot of the abstract expressionist movement was being financially funded by elements of the CIA.
I saw that.
Really?
Yeah.
It breaks my heart. It's just like, no, really?
Yeah, because it was seen as they saw it as this way to push capitalism as this, like, oh, capitalism is this new and exciting free form of expression. Like, look at the groundbreaking art that capitalism is creating. And so they were funding a lot of abstract expressionist art shows and museum things to go along because they wanted to push that culture more as in opposed to communism.
It was Cold War against Russia, saying our culture's great and everyone loves it.
Right. Okay. Oh my god, I had no idea.
But all secretive, so they just assume people love.
Well, I mean that's the whole point of propaganda, isn't it? No one knows until later on because it's being used to make you feel a certain way.
Back in the heyday, some of it's super blatant. Maybe you don't realize how you're being manipulated, but it's the government publishing stuff. But this is like secretly funding these, funneling money around to make it look like market forces are desiring this, thing.
Yeah.
Which is funny because so much of that art was so inflated in the
in the market, you know. So at the time, some of the most expensive paintings are Jackson Pollock paintings, you know, now. And it's interesting. You kind of wonder about that's so bizarre. Also, it'd be weird to be an artist and not aware that you were part of like a government propaganda scheme. Because it's not like Jackson Pollock was like, we can do this, American government, you know. Like he had no idea, unless he did spy.
And it self-perpetuates, right? So this is popular. It must be popular. Everyone's paying lots of money. I should like it.
So then people, I should start making this art, you know?
Yeah. That's so weird to think about.
Donald Duck got an honorary medal for appearing in propaganda. Nanki's talking about. About WB characters.
I've just realised I'm really hungry.
Aren't you supposed to be eating like 65 cupcakes?
I did eat 12 cupcakes the other day.
Whoa, what? You're supposed to?
No, I wasn't meant to eat 12 cupcakes. I'm not contractually obliged to eat 12 cupcakes.
Well, we were just talking about selling out, and you were getting paid to be eating these cupcakes.
I don't even know where they were bought. Like my dad rang me up, and he was like, "I have a box of cupcakes, and I was supposed to have them at an event, but the event's not happening. Do you want a box of cupcakes?" I was like, "Yes."
You would say no.
I know, right? So, yeah, I ate a box of cupcakes.
Oh my god, that sounds good.
It was really good. They were like
I'm
amazing
still thinking
flavors.
about them.
No, seriously, they were really good like flavors. There was like a toffee one that was like filled with toffee, and there was a lemon one that was like all different kinds of lemon on it, and then there was a chocolate one that was like chocolate with like chocolate cream on the top with like melted chocolate bits in it, and then the center was cherry, and it was like real cherry.
Oh my god.
It was so good.
How dare you? It's alright, I got my cookie.
Oh my god, I have nothing.
I was not prepared for this conversation.
I have nothing.
Nothing. No. Well, I have nothing now because I ate it all.
That's I ate it all.
And it was great. Anyways.
Anyway, let's do that again.
So, Dad, I'm
I'm
calling you in regards to cupcakes and their lack thereof in my face. If you get some more in my face, that would be great.
You're my favorite dad.
I'm not sure if I'm happy with the way I'm colouring it. I might completely restart.
I'm pretty sure I'm not entirely happy with my drawing, but that's okay.
Don't have time to restart.
Teachable moment.
You're doing it.
That's the fun of the podcast, is we go, well, I guess it's just gonna be that.
Yeah, exactly. Oh
well. I'm not gonna fix it. I guess this is what the drawing is.
I made his ear really orange, so now my solution is to make everything.
This looks nothing like him.
Done too much talking, not enough drawing.
Yo.
This just looks like a person. This doesn't look like the dude.
The dude.
Like, I just drew a guy. That's all I did. I didn't draw like this guy. I just drew a guy.
I'm gonna sneeze. Oh. Oh, it went away.
You had to sneeze?
Yeah, it was like bubbling in my face, and I was like, no!
Bubbling in your face?
Gonna come back when you're not expecting it.
Yeah.
I'll just be sitting there and then all of a sudden be like, achoo!
You're gonna like sneeze mid-sentence and then blow a bunch of snot all over your computer and try to like act like that didn't happen, all casual. We'll be like, are you like wiping something up? No.
Webcam's not on.
We'll just hear it in the background.
You'll never know. Oh no, I can't deal with it. Oh. I'm restarting the colouring. I can't cope.
Demon Man, are you having cupcakes and mead? Mead? Drinking mead? Whoa, that's like old school.
Does it pair well with cupcakes?
I don't know. I've never had mead.
I've never had mead either. Gotta put drops of sweat on this guy. Sweat or water, whatever it is.
I haven't even really addressed the drops yet. I'm
so far behind. I've just like completely restarted now.
Really?
Not completely, but like I don't like the way I was colouring it at all. So I'm just redoing it, all the colour.
Jeepers.
I know. I can't cope with it. Like we were saying earlier about what we do when we have mistakes. If there's something that I feel is too much of a major mistake, I'm just like, nope. I just restart.
I go back if I have time, or that's when I tear it up, then lay on my bed. Sometimes face first.
I don't have time, but we're gonna have to deal with it because I can't cope.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am. I'm in a weird thing where I'm like, I'm not so sure about this, but like I can't really. I have to just roll with it. It's also hard because when I have it on this board like this, I try not to turn it as much as I probably normally would. So I know that's kind of affecting how I draw.
Yeah.
I've got a webcam hanging in front of mine, really, like it's right in the middle of my face.
Really?
Yes, I'm like looking around it to do this.
Oh no, I can't cope with that. I did that for some of my first videos, and I was like, there's no way I can cope with this. This needs to be slick. No, I was doing like a really painterly original colouring style, and I can't get the accuracy that I want with it when there's so much of the picture to paint. So I've decided to go way more comic-y, manga-y instead. But that means I've got to do all the line art properly rather than having it so sketchy.
Aha.
Indeed.
I'm kind of regretting that I took a cross-hatching approach. I kind of wish I just kept it with the brush pen and just kept it with contours. I kind of wish I kept this one a little more illustration-y and then just worked with that. But I guess I'll do cross-hatch because I started it. Kind of forgot that I wasn't going to do it, and so I just did it out of habit.
See, I didn't put a shirt on them, but I think I should.
Dominic suggests we use real sweat. D-My Man's going to bed. Good night, D-My Man.
Good night.
Is it really?
Nikki's thumb is hurting.
Oh no.
Didn't we just have a whole thing about art injuries?
We did. Be careful.
Just step away, walk around.
Go into the restroom, put your hand under some cold water.
I don't know if that's medically sound advice, by the way, to put your hand under cold water. It's just what I do so I can cope with an 8-hour day.
Put a disclaimer.
I'm going to go ahead and just say it is.
Don't.
If there's any problems with it, you can just reach out to Sarah directly if it doesn't work for you, and yeah, she'll take full responsibility, and it should be fine.
You're gonna get me in court. Have you ever been in court over your art?
No, have you?
I've threatened it.
Wow, plagiarism or something?
No, I commissioned someone else for something. I'm not going to go into details, but I commissioned someone else for something, and they took my money and then didn't do anything for like months and months on end. And then when I complained at them and asked them where it was, they went, oh yeah, no, I have been working on it. Like when I started saying, I will take you to small claims court because you have money of mine. Yeah. They were like, oh yeah, no, I have done it, and they showed me it, and this was like a more webby, graphic-y type thing. They showed me part of what they'd supposedly been working on and claimed that it was a part of the piece, and the whole time they've been complaining at me, saying that I hadn't done something, but then they'd ripped a ton of my artwork off of my website, and they'd also done something which a bunch of my graphic designy friends then said, no, that's not proper art. So,
Oh wow.
yeah, it was an issue, but we settled it outside of court. But a lot of people were just like, no, this is a genuine case. You actually have to start saying, I will take you to small claims, or this isn't going to get sorted. So.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was an issue. Yeah, it was a lot of stress though. That was the thing. Like it wasn't actually too much of a big deal to deal with, because they eventually just dealt with it outside of court after several very Britishy letters that were sent to them.
I love that description.
Britishy. Yeah, no. After a few of them, they basically sorted it out, and but it was just a headache that was just not needed.
Wow, that would suck. I'm glad I haven't had to deal with that before.
Indeed.
I agree that I'm averse to conflict.
Oh, I am too. But like, when you're running a business and someone else is being a pain in the ass with their business, and you know that they're not running it properly, and it's causing you and possibly several other people to not have a product that you paid for, it's just you can't just sit back and go, oh well, that money's gone. It's like, no, I paid that money for a business transaction. Like
they have to deliver.
Absolutely.
Or refund you at least.
Or refund, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Minion Man says he's given up.
Distraction.
Don't give up. Follow your dreams and heart, or whatever. Whichever one you want to follow more.
Oh, there's a link in Artist Lounge of Nanki so far, I think.
Oh, really?
I'm pronouncing that right, because I feel
That's
like...
how I say it. Nanki. I hang up with her. Oh no, it's an IRC? Dang it.
Is it an IRC or is it in the lounge? I can grab it from either one. 1 minute. Oh god, I do not like my drawing! It's alright. It's okay. There's plenty of drawings in the sea. Because I threw them in there.
Maybe I'll just give up and go back to drawing Riku, who I was drawing on my previous stream. Yeah, it must be in the IRC, I think, because I can't see it in the thread.
Alright, I'll hit up the IRC.
Yeah. That's weird. I guess it makes sense if you've got anonymous chatters.
I think. If it's been posted in the IRC, you'll have to post it again when we're in there so that we can actually see it appear, by the way.
Oh yeah, because I might be logged in. I might be logged in via my cell phone, in which case that doesn't work for me, so I have to log out via cell phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to log out on my cell phone. 1 second. Okay, I'm in the IRC as well. We can post it again.
Oh my god, I need to stop looking at chat because I need to get this done. I'm not going to finish in time. No. Was there anything else that we said that we talk about?
Probably. No, let's see here.
I know colour theory was one, but I can't remember why.
Well, we were gonna read the Johannes Itten's book about color theory.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to read through that. Maybe we'll have to leave that till next week.
Yeah. So we just that was briefly, but that can always come up later. And then let's see, talent versus skill, color theory, life, art slumps, Lerv, burrito theory, and much more. Those are the promises I made, and we covered most of those, which is good. Oh, here we go. Links posted.
Have we talked about art slumps, like kind of like art block, that kind of thing? I don't think we have.
No, we haven't talked about that yet.
We've talked about getting stuck, but art block's kind of different. So, what kind of experiences with art block do you guys have? Have you had it, and when you have had it, if that's happened, do you find that it lasts for like a day or like months? I know it's a big difference for certain artists.
Are we referring to art block as in like not having ideas, or just not having a good
some kind of mental barrier that's meaning that you can't draw what you want to be drawing right now? That's what I consider art block to be. And not something that means that I haven't physically learned how to draw an eye, therefore I can't draw an eye. Like, this is something that you should be able to draw, but for some reason you're struggling to draw it right now.
Well, I definitely struggle with it, but my method of coping is that I lean on other people, sort of. So I do hangouts, and I hang out in artists IRC and other artist communities, and we do collaborative or group efforts or just drawing at the same time as other people, and the peer pressure of that sort of pushes me through it. So I may not be in the mood to draw, for example. That's what I'm like, I'm not having fun, I'm not liking this, but I enjoy hanging around with them, and their peer pressure encourages me to draw, and so I kind of just push through it, and then usually pretty quickly I start to enjoy myself again, or make some kind of progress I'm happy with. But before I had those communities to lean on, it would be like a long time. Because I hit the wall, and maybe I could bust through the wall just putting my nose to the grindstone for a few days, but instead I say, forget it. And if you go a month or two or even years without drawing or doing art, the barrier just grows and grows and grows.
Yeah. What's the longest you've gone without drawing, do you reckon?
I drew a lot in high school, and then I stopped for maybe 10 years.
What? Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And not that I never drew, but just like doodles in my notebook, right, in the margins or something. But I never.
Yeah.
I stopped drawing large things.
Right. Yeah. Huh, that's crazy. So, what brought you back into it then?
I actually came to art as a way to sort of reduce stress after work.
Yeah.
So maybe when I had my first kid and I felt like I needed to hang around the house, I shouldn't before my first kid, after work, if work sucked, I'd go to the bar, have a beer, and then I'd come home. Yeah. When I had a kid at home, it's like I want to be around, I want to be here, but maybe I can draw or do something kind of like meditative to get the work shit, off my back.
Yeah, that's a cool idea. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
We had a question last week that was asking how people managed having a family and also wanting to get their art in. So for you, is it more of the time when you're trying to de-stress is the time that you use your art?
So what ended up happening eventually is that I would wait until my kids would go to sleep, and then I'd art after that.
Yeah.
So I spend time with them. And I'm fortunate because I probably lean on my wife a lot in that regard because they get up and they're like walking around, and she puts them back to bed and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Doing my own thing, which isn't necessarily fair, but I guess I'm lucky.
Not everyone needs a bit of their own time, I think. Absolutely. I think that's cool.
Yeah, the idea of like just getting the art, like being able to work it around a family as well is like such. That's good time management right there. because kids make their own schedule. Making it work. So I just got distracted by some hatching on a face.
They hit this age where they're not gonna like accidentally or come up and stick their finger in your paint, and they could be around and appreciate it and maybe even take an interest in it themselves, and that's a little more freeing. And then you can do it when they're playing games or playing outside. Or what my favorite things to do is when we go to the playground, I can sit there and sketch while they're running around doing their stuff at the park or whatever.
Do you find are your kids interested? Like, do they have an interest towards art?
It comes and goes. So for a couple of days they'll want to sit and do stuff, and they've got their own little watercolor sets or markers and colors, and we'll do some stuff. My son is 5 or 6 rather. He just started school this year, and so they do art kind of activities at school, which make him interested.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That gives me a question. What got you guys into art? Like, what was the thing that kind of inspired you that you thought, actually, yeah, that's something that I want to do?
I drew book covers. I would read fantasy books and I would like dragons, and I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna draw that dragon. That looks awesome.
That's definitely the kind of thing that I did. Like, I did a video on the fact that I drew Pokemon cards all the time.
I remember like I can remember some of my earliest art memories. I don't remember why I stuck with it, but I remember one of my earliest memories is like preschoolish, and my brother showing me how to paint a tornado with a brush by just doing a squiggly line and making it smaller.
Oh, that's cool.
He was also the one that my older brother taught me how to sneak out of my crib. Like, that's like probably my earliest memory. My older brother teaching me how to like climb over the little rail and put my foot on the chair and like get out of my crib.
Good brothers.
So I mean, good lord. I mean, if the metaphor couldn't come any easier, that's like a thing. If it was in a movie, everyone would be like, well, that's a little much, But and then I also remember I was in kindergarten, and some kids from an older class came in to like show us how to draw, just drawing stuff, and they drew like some jellyfish and some fish, And then I was like, huh. So I was like watching what they drew, and I'm like, I think I could do that. And then I did a little drawing, and I kind of remember them and the teacher being kind of like, whoa, wait a second. Like, people kind of kept looking at it and thinking it was special or something. And then I don't know, but then I just found that it was just fun to do. Like,
yeah,
I just enjoyed doing it, and then eventually, like, I was my early influences then were the comic books, and then theme park maps. I would draw theme park maps because I thought those were so cool looking. Because I wanted to draw the roller coasters.
It's such a different thing. I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard that.
It was it was a big thing, and I had someone. I should find it. 1 second. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
He's got the map.
The map.
This painting is making me uncomfortable. I'm like, I turn to look away, and I look back, and he's got his tongue sticking out at me. Kind of.
I'm having issues with it then.
It's Justin.
Oh my god. It sounded bad.
He's still alive though.
I can still hear stuff moving, so it's alright. I don't know what mine would be. I can remember lots of times where I really thought about the fact that I enjoyed drawing. Like, I can remember, and it's usually times where other people would look at me and be like, oh, that's so cool, can you draw Pikachu for me, or something like that.
Yeah.
I can't think of what got me into it. I've always drawn. It's just who I am. I can think that one of the things was there was a show called Art Attack in the UK, which was so good. And during it, he'd do like big projects, and there'd be like papier-mâché projects, and then he'd do these big pictures where he'd arranged clothes on the floor and stuff that made like a giant mural type picture. But then there was also little bits in between where he'd just show you how to draw like a little bow and ribbon or something like that. And I used to just draw along with them, and I think that was when I started to realise that I could follow instructions to learn. So then I could get better, if that makes sense. Sure. So I don't really know what the first thing was. I think it was just something that I was always encouraged to do and that I always enjoyed, really.
I was looking for Oh Knows a Zombie on Reddit had sent me. He worked at, oh god, was it Busch Gardens or Knott's Berry Farm? I can't remember which one. I can't remember which park, but he sent me a bunch of like theme park maps and things from the place because I had mentioned that like was like my first influence, and I was trying to find them. I can't find them, but I did find a paper crane out of a theme park map that was made. I thought that was really awesome. But yeah, damn it, because I just cleaned up in here and organized everything. You know, when you organize
right.
things, you like relearn where you put everything.
Yeah.
I put it aside because I wanted to make sure I kept it safe, and in keeping it safe, now I can't remember where I kept it safe. Damn it.
I have an issue with that with my mum. If my mum says I've put something in a safe place, that means you'll never see it ever again in your life.
Yeah.
She's very good at it.
Yeah, it might as well be in a safety deposit box somewhere, you know, like that you don't know about. Like, oh well. I gotta find those.
Freckles.
Hello, Sean. Welcome to the podcast. Sean says, home with a poorly baby today, so catching one of these podcasts for the first time. I like it.
Nice.
Hope your little baby gets better soon.
Yeah.
I've actually, we've been getting a really good response about the podcast, actually, which I'm really happy about. So I'm glad everyone's enjoying it. Someone sent me a message this week and told me that it was getting them through like a really tough commission that they were struggling with, and they just enjoyed listening to us chat. So it's really nice to hear things like that and to see all the stuff that people are doing. Like we've been having fan art and stuff like that, and that's amazing. So thank you everyone for not only watching but also drawing with us and drawing after the show and getting in contact and having fun.
Participating, being a part of it.
Yeah. Making it a lounge.
Exactly. It's been the goal the whole time to make it a lounge. You know how hard it is to get artists to talk? Oh my god. Like whenever the lounge started, it was just that thing where I just, because there was a period of time I did that experiment where I made it so you could only post text posts.
Oh my god.
I'm still considering having the Artist Lounge subreddit be text posts only. I was talking to hear it out though. Hear me out. It was pretty interesting because I was telling It Will Be Mine that the thing is I want a chance for artists to be able to show their work and to be able to show their sites and their things a little bit, right? That was important to me.
Yeah.
But I also kind of wanted the lounge to not just be a venue just to like kind of advertise your art. I want it to be a place people could go to get help and to just be a community. And so I suggested, should I make it like an Imager only base thing that you can only link there? And then every now and then we would do like a show us your social network links, which I need to do another one of those.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I do that. I try to do that like every 2 months or so, but it's been a little while. But then It Will Be Mine suggested, she's just like, because we were dealing with a lot of spam at the time, and there's a couple people that what they'll do is they'll just keep making new Reddit accounts and then putting the kind of spamming stuff. And one thing I check is when someone shows art, I check their account, and if they don't comment anywhere and they're only just posting links to their art, even if it's genuine to them, I still delete it because it's like you need to like be a part of it, like participate in the community. Don't just come here to advertise your website then leave. It's disrespectful.
Yeah.
So she suggested make it a text-only thing, and you could still link to your art, but you have to write something. And so some people, oh, I hate the lines I just did. Oh my god. So some people would say things like, oh, they would just say, like, a drawing I made, and that was all the text they had. But then after a few days, people started opening up a little bit more about their work and their process, and it started to work. Because at first people didn't like it at all and they weren't receptive, but then after a while, they started opening up and they started talking, and then next thing you know, and I felt like you could feel like, you know, if I did this for a while, everyone would start to get to know each other a little better, because that's the thing that was really important to me and that's the thing they never give you, and they never really teach you in school, and it's the most important thing is to have an artist community, you know? Like, after a while, I felt like I've known artists well enough through Reddit Gets Drawn and whatnot, where it's like, I could probably go to, like, you know, LA, and then just put a post and be like, hey, anyone in LA want to go look at some art shows or something? And there would most likely be someone comfortable, be like, hell yeah, let's meet up, you know?
Yeah.
And if someone did that to me out here, I would be stoked. Someone's like, hey, dude, I'm here. Let's go look at art stuff, or we don't even have to look at art stuff, but, like, you felt like you're knowing people now, and that's so important. And I felt like doing that was very encouraging.
Mr. Minuman just said that, you know, he had some social anxiety talking about art. I am 100% the same. I have trouble talking to people in my community about it. Like, there's an art community here where I physically live. I don't want anything to do with them. I'm just comfortable. I don't like to be around them. And so the online community, it's weird, but it works for me.
Yeah. I find it's easier to talk online as well, personally. I don't know if it's because I was an online gamer for so long, and therefore it's like my natural form of communication. I just think that there's an element of it doesn't feel as scary to be sitting there representing your art and trying to talk about it when everyone's there to do that, and you can kind of just chat and relax a little bit, you know?
Well, and you're not as on the spot. Like, you know, someone can ask you a question online, and you don't have to. They're not staring at you. You don't have to answer like a weird influence. Yeah, worry about saying the wrong words on the spot. You know, like you can take a minute to think about what you want to say, or what the question actually means to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just suddenly like noticing a whole ton of things I never noticed before in this picture because I've only just zoomed in. Should have been ages ago.
I'm just struggling like a mofo with this thing. This is a real struggle. I really wish I didn't do any hatching on this. That was a bad idea. Because the problem is the hatch marks on a small face are so large.
Yeah.
That it just adds this weird texture. Like, I should be hatching with like real small pens, but I just don't feel like doing that. And I didn't, and that was a big mistake.
I'm just looking at everyone's drawings on there.
Have a lot of people been drawing this on Reddit?
Oh no, just on the stream. I've just got it on the side.
Oh.
Our drawings.
What does mine look like on stream? Mine looks a little better on camera than it does in person. That's good. In person, in person, I can really see some of the areas. I'm like, oh, whoops.
Mine looks super yellow on stream, but in reality, it's more of like a kind of daffodil or that kind of color. So much more relaxed. Think of like a slightly subdued yellow.
Right.
I think. Yeah, but it's still like clearly yellow, but it's relaxed. It's not as punching you in the face as the normal yellow is. That's my professional opinion.
It's not punch in the face yellow.
Yeah, it's not getting punched in the face. No.
I'm down with that. I understood it.
I've never been punched in the face.
With yellow?
Well, with yellow.
The sun does it every day.
Dude, have you seen the video of the guy screaming at a painting whilst he colours something yellow?
What?
This showed up on my Facebook feed the other day, and it's just a guy that straight up screams as he paints yellow, like, strokes, like, every time he does it. And it's, like, proper, like, you know the kind of scream that you hear before someone's about to punch someone in an anime? It's that every time he paints a stroke. It's the weirdest thing ever. And then everyone's joking that it probably sold for like £500,000 or something.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't have a studio next to him.
I know, right? That's exactly what it is.
Super Saiyan yellow.
I feel like you probably scream a lot in your studio.
Yeah. Well, I used to. I mean, it used to be. The worst studio meltdown I ever had was probably about. Oh god, well, it was in my old studio, so that would have at least been. So it was probably about 6 years ago, and that was like intense studio meltdown. I could get the painting to work. I don't know what it was. I think what I think it was is I don't think it was just about the art. I think it was one of those things where you're just like, let's go ahead and just like sort out everything I've been feeling about life for the past while. Like, let's do it right now. And I just couldn't get this thing to work, and everything was in a bad place, and I was just having this meltdown. And so like I just squeegeed everything I'd work on this canvas. I had taken like weeks pre-mixing probably 70 or 80 like little Tupperware containers of paint, so I could just dip paint from them without having to mix on the spot, you know? And so they were like a whole table. Like if you looked at my desk from the beginning, it'd be like a whole table of that with these Tupperwares of different acrylic paint that I mixed from the hardware store from tint bases. Oh, I should tell people about that. That's actually a really good way to save money. Anyways, and so then the painting didn't work, and I just like squeegeed a big thing across it, and I painted "Who Needs Painting" on it real big, and I was just screaming at the ground. I had like tears running down my face, and then I was just grabbing the paint, like handfuls of paint. I was just grabbing them out of all those things and going, ah, and just like mashing it into the floor. And I completely like took apart like everything. All the paint had been taken out of the containers and just mashed onto the canvas and onto the drop cloth on the floor, and like my entire studio was just a mess. And then that painting was just kind of what was left. And I noticed someone like outside the studio had kind of seen me having like my meltdown, and felt a little weird. And I don't know why I was so. I don't know. That's where it all just blew up. Yeah, and so I proceeded to pretty much ruin my entire studio and all my art in it. And then I just left. And then I just didn't make art for a while. Not that I was planning on making art again. I just was like, fuck this, and I just didn't paint for maybe like a month or so.
So you just rage quit out of art then?
I rage quit really hard, and I have some photos of the studio somewhere. I should dig them up. Maybe I can dig them up and screen share them. But because I went back later and I was just like, good Lord, Mike, like get it together. What's the matter with you? Because I don't want to do that, you know. I don't think it was like cool or like the right thing to do. It's really just a waste of materials, and it's not a good way to control your emotions and skills. Fortunately, that seems to be the only way I ever am at that way. Like nothing else in my life will get me to the point of frustration that like messing up a painting in my studio would. But I had that reputation as kind of being like kind of the art smasher of the studio, that I would be the one like screaming at a painting or smashing it on the floor in anger, you know. And I got that under control though, because I mean, really, it's just a waste. But it's not worth getting like that over it. But yeah, it was an intense rage quit, to say the least.
Definitely a thing.
It startled people in the past, like. And then that was when I had mentioned, I think last week, I had like one of my studio mates was joking, he was saying, he's like, there was a period of time where I was just kind of like telling friends about like our spaces and our art, and then I think you had like a destroyed thing or something, or a hole in the wall, and I was like, I don't know if I've ever seen Mike like enjoy making art before. So yeah, it's not entirely inaccurate.
Oh dear.
I went pretty hard on myself, but whatever.
Did we show the one that was in the IRC, by the way?
Yeah, I had it up for a while.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's on screen share. Yeah, that was Nanki's piece. She actually took the time to put in the background and stuff too.
Yeah, the reeds and everything.
My God, I have a lot. I'm behind here.
Are you gonna put it on Tumblr, Nanki? Are you still here?
There's even like a bounce light on it. I'm being beaten. Oh, I feel like stretching.
You know, Mr. Minion, yeah, I always thought that art school was dumb. Art class was dumb, and so I never took any art classes, and I regret it so much now. And I felt the same way about business school. I thought business school was stupid and that MBAs were dumb, and now I wish I'd taken more business classes.
You can do it all online though. Like
Yeah.
I'm currently doing an accounting course online.
I took an accounting class. It was horrible, but yeah, I know it's out there. It's available, and you can pretty much learn anything now if you're motivated and want
Yeah.
to. But the courses I did take and the money I did spend have served me less than those would have.
Right.
Well,
I went to art school, and I didn't like it. But
Sounds like a song.
I went to art school, and I didn't like it. It's like the other Katy Perry song.
Yes, yeah.
No, it was. I mean, for me, it's just those two professors. Like, they are the ones they I would say single-handedly, but there was two of them, so duo-handedly made it worth it. If it was worth it, I had a good internship after, which feels like a weird statement to say because now in the art world, like internships there's so many bullshit internships. Now it's pretty much like galleries just looking for free labor. Like they just want you to go hand out flyers and not pay you to do it. Like most gallery work is like they just need you to update their database because they don't feel like they have time and they don't want to pay employees.
Yeah, our equivalent is apprenticeships.
Yeah.
It's basically the same thing, yeah.
It used to be a way to learn things, but now it just seems like it's a way to exploit free employment. I had an internship that was good because the professor had, the biggest difference when you're in art school is you need to find professors that actually care about teaching, that aren't just there to get a regular paycheck, because that's what it'll be full of. There'll be
or
a lot
sell
of
their books.
to sell their books, or to, there'll be a lot of professors that are there just for that little thing, and you need to find the ones that actually want to teach people art. And so I found those professors that seem to care the most about that, and they're the ones that I felt like made things worth it, and they're the ones that like showed me like how to like put together a useful studio, how to save money on supplies, how to like apply for things. Like they actually gave a shit, particularly the one I had the internship with. He that 6 months with him was probably more educational than the rest of my school combined.
Yeah.
Because he gave a shit. And sadly enough, I kind of lost contact with him, which was really stupid. I should not have done that. That's like the most important thing, and I like screwed that up when I moved. But yeah, that was like the most destructive thing in school is when you have so many professors that were there like just because they want the regular check, and then they just kind of like they show up late for class, or they just don't seem to give a shit, and they're impatient,
There's a good teacher in every like realm of education is such a wonderful thing and hard to find.
Yeah.
So hard to find.
And sometimes it can just be that one good teacher that makes you love the whole subject, but you wouldn't have paid attention to it before.
Yes.
I had that with history. I had a little bit of an interest in history, but it wasn't massive. And then when I had just a great teacher, I just really enjoyed it, and then it was like one of the classes that I look most forward to each week.
Here's a question I always wondered about teaching history in school. I thought a lot about this. I don't know if there's an actual theory behind it.
Oh no, have I opened some weird can of worms here?
No. This is a thing I think would actually be constructive towards teaching history. So I remember when I was learning U.S. history, I just had trouble focusing. Like I have a horrible attention span, and I had trouble focusing and relating to issues and ideas that took place, when we're talking about America, so when the country was founded 15 years ago.
Yes.
But But anyways, like, so going on and on, I just had trouble remembering names or dates or whatever, or just kind of anything, any relevant events. I get them all mixed up. And then I got to 1900, and suddenly I could just click. And then everything started, like, sticking with me, and I started memorizing things better. And as it got closer to current, it was just easier. And it was because suddenly things started to be a little more relatable as they got closer to my time.
Yeah.
So what I wondered is why don't they teach history reverse chronologically?
That's a good
Why
question.
don't you, if you're going to teach
because
history...
the whole point of history
Yeah.
is so that you can see how building blocks work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and how you relate to it now and how events affect things now. Why not start now? What affected this? What caused this? You go back some years. Oh,
Well,
this
I mean,
caused it. What caused
in
that
the UK,
decision?
we don't really study it like the way you're describing it. In the UK, we study time periods. We don't go in chronological order. So what we do is we go, we're going to study the UK politics industry between and that's what we study. Or we say we're studying crime and punishment in UK history, and then we go chronologically through that. But there's always like an overarching theme. We don't just study chronological history. So we're always looking at how different things change and stay the same. That's what we always talk about in history. What changed between this date, and what stayed the same between this date and this date? And then we had to do it in like environmental, social, legislation, all that kind of thing. But that meant that we were always looking at the time period that is hundreds of years back in the past and our date, because we're looking at the comparisons between the two.
I've
So
always
you pretty much are then.
Sorry?
Well, no, she's jumping around. She's not going reverse.
Yeah, there's no chronological.
But within each subject, you're still thinking of times and how they relate to each other.
Yeah.
Which is kind of just the basic idea I was thinking is, except in my example, it's just chronologically.
Yeah. So the idea is that you have no order. You look at ideas, and that makes it easier to process.
That's a much better way to do it.
I've always felt like memorizing dates just ruins history.
Oh, totally.
See, we didn't have to memorize dates, really. Like, there was a few, obviously, that you have to know, like the beginnings and ends of World War II and stuff like that. But I ended up walking away with probably my highest marks being in history every single year, because what we were taught to do was how to answer an exam question. That's the biggest thing that I learned from history. History taught me how to make an argument, how to write a chronological piece of media so that you make sure that it gives you all the correct things, all the correct points that you need in whatever different circumstance, whether it be for a podcast or for a written letter to the government. You know the format. And then it tells you how to break down a question and how to apply that knowledge to making sure you fully understand and answer the question correctly. Essentially looking at it in kind of like a law base. That means that you don't actually have to learn dates, right? Because as long as you write the question the correct way, you've already got half the marks. Then you write the ideas in, the concepts, that kind of thing. That's pretty much the other half of the marks. And there's like 0.5% of the marks is, well, the Battle of Hastings was in 1066. Because no one actually cares about that exact little tiny piece of trivia. What they actually care about is what you inferred from it. So that's what we were taught.
That feels very different than the way I was taught. And I started thinking about it. I was like, what is the practical application of the history that I learned for 12 years? And I'm not really sure.
Yeah, no, I feel like the way they taught it out here, it's way too, because I think it's because our history's so brief, though. It's not long, you know? It's just a handful of generations, and suddenly we're coming over on a ship.
We studied your history in a term.
Our history literally started with us going, man, screw these guys, being AKA you guys.
Yep.
And much like anything in any instance where America goes war with a country, we end up being best buds with them a handful of years later. Being like, have you tried their food? No. But,
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, we studied American history in one topic, and we did from your founding all the way through to like World War II, up to all the way up to it wasn't Obama that we got up to. We got up to one of the previous presidents. I think we got up to Washington. No, not Washington. Bloody hell! What am I talking about? George W. Bush. That's it. I had the W and it confused me. So that's what we did, and we did that in about it was about half a year, and then the rest of it was the UK and Germany that we focused on. We also did a term on Russia as well, which was good fun.
We really didn't learn anything about Russia in any of our history.
Or Asia.
Did you? No, nothing. Yeah, it's all very Western mostly.
Or really Africa either. Like this whole
no
war.
Africa. I don't know anything about Africa. Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, no, we didn't do Africa either.
Gee, why would the U.S. not cover Africa? I can't figure it out in all our history, you know.
How did the UK not cover Africa? I'm so surprised.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, the Boer Wars and stuff. You were there.
Oh, we did a little bit, but it's just because
The modern history.
whatever we study is based on what the question is. So we have a set of questions at the end of the year that we have to answer to the fullest of our ability, and that's what we get graded on. So we'll study the time periods that that question covers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
So the question might be, how has crime and punishment and the laws surrounding it changed in the UK? Or it might be something more pushy, in that it might say that laws before insert date here were stronger at perpetuating insert idea here. Is this true or false? Do you agree with this? And then you have to argue it.
That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of teaching you how to write an essay, which can be kind of boring for a lot of people, but honestly it's probably one of the best skills you can learn in school, because it teaches you how to write like your personal statement, and how to write your CV, and how to communicate with other people, and how to write a balanced argument, and how to listen to different ideas. Like we do tasks where we'd have to argue a point that we didn't believe in, but we'd have to use the evidence and the providence and all of that to try and prove that it was correct, or to try and portray that argument in the best way possible. We don't personally believe in it, but it means that it teaches us those skills. That means that we can understand someone else who might be arguing us with something that we don't believe in. We can understand where they're coming from, that kind of idea.
I learned those skills either through extracurricular activities, or maybe some of it in English class.
Yeah. Yeah, interestingly, they're definitely more English-focused things, but we didn't really study it in English. English was more looking at like Shakespeare and stuff like that, and then comparing texts, that kind of thing.
I didn't learn how to write an essay till like after college.
That's an unfortunate time to learn that.
Well, they taught us how to write essays very poorly in like my high school. It was the very formulaic, like topic, sentence, supporting statement, blur, and it was this
Right.
you wrote this horrendous 5-paragraph essays that were just the worst. And then so I went into college writing like that, and then the first professors I had that had people write, they were just like, "Does anyone here know how to write an essay?" And it's just like, "Yeah, I thought so." Because they taught it horribly, and then so I kind of started learning there, but they had to teach other things, and so I honestly didn't start learning how to frickin' write essays until I just started reading them on my own after. Like I remember one of the first books where I was just like, oh my god, I need to learn how to properly write essays, was I was reading Martin Amos's War Against the Cliché, and I was just like, I don't know how to write essays. Like I didn't realize that essays could actually be like a little looser than I was taught, you know what I mean? That there's a little breathing room to like be yourself and have an idea.
Absolutely.
And it made all the difference.
I think even now, the idea that an essay is a real thing and not just busy work for school is probably not taught at all. Like,
Totally. I mean, essays are actually really fun to write if you let yourself loosen up a little bit, you know.
Yeah, and they get applied in so many different contexts as well. Like, even recently I was writing a piece as an application to a gallery where I've got to do a proposal, essentially, and it is essentially an essay. Like, you're using all the same techniques that you would have learned in school, or may not have, but yeah. I don't know how we got onto this topic.
When you guys were, let me guess, you guys were learning about like the U.S., was it kind of like, okay, and then typical, we wanted to get a little tax just so to cover the expenses, and the Americans started freaking out, you know,
that's
like they always
not
do, always ready to go to war, those Americans.
No.
I think that'd be hilarious because I wish it was. Because
we did have a lot of like political banter, I guess. Like, we joke about the French being rubbish and stuff like that. Like, anyone who is like a country that's really close to the UK, that not close like physically, but close like backgrounds are like intertwined. We really like to have a bit of banter about them. So we'll be like, oh, the Americans did this and the Russians did this, blah, 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 and just like joke around and be silly. So there was a little bit of that.
We do that too, and then sometimes people take it too seriously, like with freedom fries.
I think the France thing.
Yeah, the France one. And then, you know, like, why do they plant trees along the Champs-Elysees? So that Nazis could walk in the shade. But I don't know if France really liked that joke that much. What? No, nobody. You guys all French? Do we have a French audience that I just offended?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I knew it.
Alienate any of our viewers.
Our wonderful French viewers who we love very much.
Yeah, they know. They know I'm being crass. It's my role as an American to be crass.
What glass are you on of your wine?
Well, I'm 3/4 of the bottle. Like, that's where I am. It's not really a matter of glasses at this point. I won't lie that I actually had like another half bottle of wine opened in the other room, and I was going to grab it, but then I felt self-conscious if I drank half of it and then wanted more and had to leave the podcast to go open another bottle of wine because I only had half a bottle ready. And I was like, that'd be embarrassing. So I got a fresh bottle, and I still have the half bottle in my kitchen.
That means more wine, doesn't it? More wine to nom tonight.
You have to, because you don't want it to go bad.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it goes bad if you wait.
Don't you put like a little stopper thingy on it?
I have a little stopper thingy.
Okay.
Doesn't mean I'm not gonna power through this though. Gotta be brave. Trying to be a hero here. I'm willing to set a good example.
Meta Baron's mum is French.
Oh God! Don't tell her the joke I just said about.
Dominic Trent is so offended right now.
Oh my God!
A French citizen?
You know what? Say the joke. I think the French, lighthearted, great sense of humor. They'll love it. just tell her that Jerry Lewis came up with it.
Do they like Jerry Lewis in France?
Isn't there a whole thing where like the French people love Jerry Lewis?
I don't know.
I mean, now given like old school Jerry Lewis is pretty damn funny.
Comedian.
I don't know who that is.
He's wacky. He's a wacky comedian.
I'm gonna Google
He was silly.
There's a Simpsons character based on him. Which one is it? The scientist.
Oh, Professor Frinkle.
I do like
Swiss
The
French.
Simpsons.
Simpsons are fantastic. Simpsons are that was such an important show. Oh my God! Like everyone knows it's important, but it can't really be emphasized enough how important that show was, because there was really nothing on TV like The Simpsons before The Simpsons. Like, there was no satire like that anywhere. The early Simpsons were pretty standard kind of sitcom, but they, like, I don't know, I'll always think of a few specific jokes, like, and I know they were kind of hitting their tone early on, like in Conan O'Brien and everything in that era, but the one that I'll always remember that totally blew my mind is when Bart and Milhouse and all them are going into the neighboring town Shelbyville to find their lemon tree.
Yeah.
Shelbyville Skull. And Bart's near the end, Bart's getting hopeless, he'll never find it, and he sits down and he goes, "Oh, it's there's no hope. I'm just as useless as that yellow lemon-shaped rock. And then he goes, wait a minute, there's a lemon behind that rock. And then it pans over and there's a lemon behind it. That blew my freaking mind. Like, I had never heard a joke like that before. Like, ever. Like, nothing. There was nothing on TV that was hitting that kind of, like, that type of weird silliness. Like, that kind of, like, the joke that makes fun of, like, it takes, like, a standard sitcom joke and then just makes
it adds
fun of how
another
stupid
level
it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it blew my mind.
I think The Simpsons was part of a lot of people's lives.
Absolutely. That was a big part of growing up.
Yeah, I think a lot of people ate their dinner and watched The Simpsons.
My mom thought it was too controversial. She didn't want me to watch it.
A lot of kids weren't allowed to watch it.
He said, like, dude and stuff.
Yeah, Bart would say, like, I'm Bart Simpson, who the hell are you, you know? And that was like, parents were like, no, don't talk like that.
That's bad.
And it's weird, like, to watch it with people now who are younger, and they're just kind of like, oh, okay. It's like, no, it's The Simpsons. You don't understand. How dare you? Yeah, South Park and Futurama are also top. South Park's amazing because it was one of those shows that it evolved. Like, it was this thing where it started off just pretty... It was funny, but pretty basic kind of fart humor, and then they found this rhythm, and the show became its own kind of brilliant thing because they could turn out episodes so fast they would be relevant to topical events. And anyone who I've talked to who says they don't really like South Park, I asked, like, did you watch, like, seasons, like, 5 through 10? And they're like, no. They're like, no, I saw the first early ones. It's like, no, you need to watch it again.
Yeah.
It's different beast.
A lot of people who don't like South Park, they don't like an element of it. Like, they don't like the really crass rudeness that is a big part of South Park, but they probably find the kind of like almost political humor that is thrown in there that just makes you go, huh, you know?
Oh my God! Did you see the one where they were referencing the Terry Schiavo thing? You guys remember that whole?
I don't even know what that is.
So Terry Schiavo, yeah, she was. It was a big kind of thing out here. She was a woman that was pretty much brain dead in the hospital, and her husband wanted to pull the plug, but the family didn't, I believe. And then it became this huge media just clusterfuck, and Fox News was like, it became the whole like, you know, pro-rights kind of debate thing, and, and then the news stations, it was just gross. They were all over the hospital trying, like, Fox News was pushing that the husband's trying to kill her because he doesn't want to be around for her, and it was just horrendous. And so they made a South Park episode where it's that same situation, but with Kenny. And so the whole time the friends are trying to argue, like, Cartman wants him to pull the plug because Kenny, like, he thought he would inherit like his PSP or something, like some some shallow thing Cartman would do. I don't even remember. But
I remember it now. Go on.
Yeah, exactly. And then the lawyer, there was the problem is they didn't know if they should pull the plug on him or not because his will just said, if I'm ever in a coma, be sure to, and they didn't have the other page. And so they're fighting if they should pull the plug or not. And it's this huge battle. All the news stations go there, and it's the big Terry Schiavo reference. And then the very end, he finds the other page, and the lawyer reads it, and he says, he goes, if I'm ever in a coma, please, for the love of God, do not put me on national television. And then they're all just like, oh. I thought that was the most genius ending ever. It's like right in their face, like. And it's funny because like, you kind of forget that's an actual issue, you know, like no, this is the real problem. This person never would have wanted to have this kind of attention in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God, I'm having an adventure here.
Are you winning?
Am I winning? The lemon-shaped rock was the opposite of misdirection.
So many tongues sticking out.
It was all about the lemon-shaped rock. I need to watch more Simpsons.
For a rainy day.
Yeah, I got a bunch of the DVDs. I got that in Seinfeld just on hand for when music just won't do. When sometimes some of the music's like, you ever been drawing, you're like, this is too emotional. I don't want to like the music's gonna like affect my mood, and that's gonna affect the art, and I don't want my art affected by the mood. I just want the thing to be done. I don't really like what I'm doing here, but that's all right.
I don't think I'm gonna finish.
I'll finish tonight. I'll be up late, but I'll finish tonight.
Because it's 4:30 in the morning here. I don't think I'm going to finish before we have to leave.
Oh my god. I haven't even looked at everyone's art in a really long time. I'm going to look at everyone's art.
That's what I get for restarting the painting.
Well,
I love doing this because I just love seeing, because I don't look at the screen for a really long time, and then I just see how different everyone's approach is.
Yeah, it just like evolves all of a sudden.
Mine's as useless as that stupid yellow lemon-shaped rock. I did have the hardcore marker out briefly.
Did you?
Yeah, see, it's like, here it is again.
does it smell nice?
Does it smell nice?
It doesn't really smell like most permanent markers. It actually smells kind of more acrylic-y than inky.
Really?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
I smell all of my art supplies.
That's also kind of weird.
Like, when I buy them, yeah. It is weird for sure, but I do.
They like tell you not to do that in school.
I feel like
That's just they don't want the liability of you getting high.
Don't smell markers, don't smell glue, kids.
Some watercolor pigments don't smell good.
Some guy came to our school once, my primary school, and he was like, if you smell glue, your nose will melt off. That's what we were taught.
Well, that's not accurate. I remember I was smelling Elmer's glue a lot because I thought it had this weird faint hint of buttered popcorn smell. And it's not because it actually smelled like that. I just remember being so confused, like, why does it kind of smell like that? That's really weird. And I couldn't, get over it, and I kept smelling it.
Why should it not? Why should it not?
I don't know,
Why was it such an issue for young you?
It just seemed weird. I don't know.
Unexpected.
It's unexpected, and if I smelled more, then I'm doing research technically.
Yes, there's a methodology there.
I had to keep smelling it, and someone had to solve the case, I was willing to be brave.
I've smelled a few art supplies, and I don't really think that Elmo's glue smells very good.
No, it didn't smell good, and it didn't even smell that much like buttered popcorn, so maybe I was more confused why I thought that. And if I smelled it more, maybe I'd find answers. And I didn't. I just smelled glue. But it was not, harmful glue.
If you
your nose didn't melt off, though.
It did not.
Oh, so there we go. Proved that guy wrong.
Yeah, what an idiot. Liar.
If you go to the zoo, the camel enclosure, if you have camels at your zoo, smells a lot like popcorn. And that's kind of rude.
Why?
Alright, I'm gonna go check it out.
Right now. See you later, guys.
I'm gonna go to the zoo and be like, hey, my guys, mind if I just take a whiff? They'd be like, what? Get out of here, pervert, you weirdo. Oh.
You just get close to it and you will smell it. I guarantee.
Why? Why is that a thing?
I don't know why.
Wait, so how did you find this out then? Have you
Somebody
been sniffing camels?
Tested it. It's not the camel themselves, it's the enclosure. It's, without being too crass, it's the camel poop that smells like popcorn.
I'm under the impression that you're messing with me.
Camels are secretly popcorn makers then. That's what we've learned.
No, I would not.
Something had to be in the hump.
Don't trust anything from a camel, but it's a peculiar thing, and it did kind of ruin my taste for popcorn after that.
Aww.
Can I point out that you said the sentence, don't trust anything from a camel? That was casually said, and everyone just nodded to themselves. Like, yeah, you can't trust a camel.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
They're always looking around, being kind of shifty. I don't know. I don't trust them. Camels are up to something.
Racist.
Where are you hiding, camels? Racist.
Camelist.
Camelist. First the French joke, Mike, and now this.
I'm
We
sorry.
don't know what to think about you anymore.
Sorry if there's any camels in chat.
My mother's half camel.
Really?
Yeah. And Swiss. Actually, I am part Swiss, but I'm not part camel. I apologize.
You're part Swiss.
Let me smell yo camels. Dominique's Downs. Apparently we're not smelling hard enough.
Yeah, I think he meant to melt the nose. So, about art supplies and smelling them, I take my India ink and I put it into small jars and I dilute it for my dip pens.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first got my dip pen, like if you do that for a while, it'll start to dry out on the nib, right? And it'll dry on the nib. And so I would spit on it, wipe it off, and then keep drawing. And so what happened is, right, I introduced bacteria into my inkwell, and pretty quickly it went sour. Smells horrible. Smells
Oh my god.
awful. And somebody told me that India ink will go bad on its own, just because of fungus or bacteria fall into it. If it's got an open lid, right, and then they'll grow in there. And I guess I accelerated the process, but so yeah, I smell the ink for sure to see if it's off. Because I drew with the smelly ink and it ruins the whole painting. The thing or drawing, it smells like gross.
That
happens.
I had
That
no
can
idea.
happen with acrylic too. I've had acrylic paint go
What?
bad.
Oh no, I've had acrylic go bad. Acrylic going bad is the weirdest thing. Because it
It has,
separates.
Oh.
I've had gesso will get moldy. I have cans of old gesso and I'll open them. They'll be all moldy and nasty.
Oh god.
Watercolor would get moldy too, if it's moist.
Moist is the worst word.
It really is. It's so agreed upon to be one of the worst words ever. Girls particularly hate it.
Yeah.
They also hate the word panties.
Panties.
Yeah. At least
The only time
over
I've ever heard that word used is on American kids TV shows like SpongeBob or something.
here. Kids shows.
SpongeBob, stuff like that, where
Oh
it's
my
kind of
God.
weirdly sour.
I need to rewatch SpongeBob. That's weird.
They do a panty raid on one of the shows.
They do?
Yeah, no, they do. They legit do. They and throughout the whole show, they're like, "Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?" So that's
Oh my God, this is sounding really weird the way you're describing it.
Google it. It's a legit.
Are you sure this was a real episode of SpongeBob and not some weird thing someone on Reddit
No,
made?
I watched it on TV. This is a real thing.
Did you fall asleep while watching it and then you could have sworn this happened?
No, this is internet legend. This one because everyone always says the feeling it now thing on Reddit.
Oh my God.
I'll have to look
I've
it
been
up.
out of the loop.
I'm
I've
familiar
been out
with
of the loop. I know there's a SpongeBob panty raid.
I don't watch much anime. When I was young, my sister watched a fair amount, so there was a show called Ranma One Half, something like that.
Yeah, I have the manga of that. Well, I was selling it, but
So when you say panties, I just think of that old man. That's the only time I can think of panties being used. The panty-raiding old man, the lecherous old man.
oh,
There's always
Ranma.
one of them in every anime.
Well, I guess that's why I prefaced it, because I really don't know if that's a common archetype.
Yeah, no, it is. It really is. There's a guy in Naruto who's like that and stuff like that. So there's always one.
Forgot about Ranma Half. I've seen a few episodes of that.
Right, I need to try and color this ridic quickly.
It's so fun to watch.
If I had put too many lines, this would have been fine, and I screwed it up
I love it. I think it's so good.
by doing all these stupid lines. like the whole effect of the drippy thing is totally buried in all these lines.
I had to come back with opaque white, and I still don't like the
Me
drips,
too.
but
like the whole drip effect thing is just not working because it just the drips get completely lost.
Yeah, mine don't look like drips; they look like white, like milk or something.
You guys are so ahead of me.
It's not a race. You don't even have to finish. That's not the point, right?
You should probably. You'll have to finish. You just have to stay up. Sorry.
No.
Them's the rules. I don't make them.
No,
Just the
I
rules
need
of the podcast.
sleep. I need sleep.
You don't need to sleep. Sleeping's so trendy. Everyone's sleeping these days. Oh, I need
What
to
does
sleep
that
half my life. That's weird. Oh my lord. I just. You know, I don't mind actually the hatching itself. I just kind of wish I didn't do it on this one particular piece because it's really burying a lot of the, just the, I don't know. I can't even use words. The drips. I want the drips to be more prominent. You know, I should have kept it more minimal so it would have stood out more.
Can you affect it with line weight?
No, I mean, I don't know.
Oh, I'm giving up.
No, I ain't giving up. It's fine. It's just what it is. Just not that interesting. That's all right. It's not bad. It's just. Not
I would say that
bad
it's not interesting. It's not uninteresting. He still has his tongue out. It's still like an interesting. What's the word for it? Pose, I suppose.
Play around with some line weight stuff. That'd be fun though.
I like the sitting in water bit you added there. It's nice.
Yeah, it's all right. I feel like Eeyore here. Oh, it's okay. Hardcore Mark will cheer me up.
Yay!
Hey, mate.
Take a whiff of that.
Hello, Marker. Are you feeling sad, Mike? A little bit. Don't worry. Things get better. Every time there's a sad day, it's just that much further away from being another sad day. Thanks,
That's
Marker.
not good.
Is that true?
There's only so many sad days in a life. You're just getting one out of your way.
Okay, there we go.
That sounds better.
Whatever.
But you could still have a lot more than other people.
Dude,
I know. I'm really not owed any fewer sad days. You know. What if I have way more sad days than anyone else? I don't think that's the case. I have plenty of happy days. Like 11.
Dude.
11 happy days.
I have 11 happy days. Besides,
How often do you guys change your style, if you do at all?
I don't know. I don't consciously like really try to mess with my style.
No.
No, I don't know. Like to me, the thing was, I remember in the lounge, people would always ask like, "How do I find my style or do it?" And then I would always tell people like, "You don't look for it. You just draw a lot, and then the decisions you make determine what your style is. It's like handwriting. It's like your signature. You don't practice to make your signature look away. It's just a number. You write it so many times, and eventually you start writing it a certain way. That's your handwriting."
Yeah.
But I could totally be wrong, but that's how I always kind of viewed it.
Sometimes I study an artist, a specific artist, and maybe their technique, and after I do that study, I might find myself incorporating it. Either maybe not even consciously, but I can see over the course of a year how it's changed, and I can identify the artist that influenced me. But it's not a drastic, it's not a big shift. Unless I'm changing medium.
Right. So do you find that your style changes a lot if you change medium?
I used to say, and I still do, that if I hit an art block with a particular medium, that it's helpful to change mediums. And when you come back to that original one you abandoned, let's say, abandoned is harsh, right? Just because you stopped doing it for a while. I always feel like that it's different. You pick something up from the, or I feel like I pick something up from the other medium.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. That's pretty cool.
Like when I switched over to doing ink and ink washes, they have a certain like way they behave. There's certain requirements, to make it do what you want it to do. And so then I come back to watercolor, and I maybe sometimes do that with the watercolor also.
Yeah.
I just, not even thinking about it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Are there is there styles that you consciously, Sarah, like change or switch up?
Yeah. I have like a series of different styles that I kind of like switch between depending on what I feel like the art needs. So like I learn art through manga, so that's like my natural style is like a pseudo manga type thing. But then people who see me on this podcast do a much more realistic paintery type thing, so I do that sometimes. And then my book is a very like black and white scratchy manga, very Yu-Gi-Oh-esque, that kind of style. But then my normal manga is more kind of Emma Vicelli meets Studio Ghibli, maybe, that kind of thing. Not that I think I'm as good as Studio Ghibli, no. But like those kinds of influences. But I think I always have like similar things. Like I always focus on detail. That's always is something that I always do. But I do think that I have a habit of jumping between different styles, not because of a lack of confidence or anything, but just because I find it fun to try out different things. But I do think it means that I don't spend enough time as maybe I should practicing one style.
Yeah. You just all you can do is just draw. Just draw as much as you can,
Yeah.
What you're calling style, I would say you're using different techniques or different media.
Yeah, but it just looks so different. So like I'll use like Manga Studio, and 1 minute I'll make something that's really manga-esque, that's like the big eyes, the little nose, the little mouth, the pointy chin, and then the next minute I'll do realistic, painterly with a little bit of abstractness. I don't know. It's just weird. I just have fun, really. Cool. I heard a noise. We're still broadcasting, yeah? You guys can still hear me, right?
I hear you, but I'm...
There was a weird glitch there for a second. Did we disconnect?
I heard a very odd noise, and I'm hoping that we didn't just disconnect.
I'm looking at the
It
chat
says
right
that we're
now.
still live. Chat, are we live?
It looks like it says live, but nothing's showing up on the screen. Wait, now it's showing yours. Yeah, no, it looks like it's still live.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's good. I see. Wait, no, is that the beginning? What's going on? I see you. I see you there, but I'm not seeing the rest of us.
Where's the
Oh wait, no, there we are. No, it looks like it's working. Yeah, I think it's working. Weird.
I don't know why. Maybe it just kicked me out of screen share for some odd reason. Maybe that's what it did.
No, it booted me and gave me an error.
Did it?
Yeah.
You're in the live stream now, though.
It looks like you're in the live stream, yeah.
We just hit like 4 hours or something.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's upset with us because we hit 4 hours or something.
I think it should be proud of us. Google's like, sweet, we got so much information on these guys. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, chat says that we're live.
Sweet.
How
I
embarrassing.
think it just kicked me off of the thing that I was using. My hair looks really red in this light. That's weird. Okay.
The green.
Yeah, the thing from the comic earlier. I'm gonna switch back. Yeah, I think it just kicked me off of screen share and then it made a weird noise to let me know. That was weird.
What did the noise sound like? Did it go burr?
It just made, you know the Hangouts noise where it goes ba-ding?
Oh,
It was
okay.
that kind of thing.
Burr.
Accurate. That's exactly what it sounded like.
We're at that point. I'm at the point of the night where I just make sounds now. I don't use words anymore.
I mean, really. Words.
God damn it.
I'll stop.
Look how drippy.
I like how you've got him sat in like an inky pool.
Yeah.
He's in an ink pool. But the thing is I wish that it was more visible of the ink drips falling on his tongue and then the pool, but it's not really working.
Well, you can see the ink dropping. You see his tongue out, so it's pretty clear he's trying to grab that drop. And maybe upon careful inspection, you might notice, oh dear.
This is not an accurate drop. This drop should actually be more of a sphere, because once it drops, a drop drops away, it turns more into a sphere and less into a teardrop shape.
Depends how far away from the object that it's dropped it is, though, doesn't
It's
it?
far. Yeah, but I think it's far enough where it actually would be more at this point. Put a little white on there. Why not? I can do whatever I want.
Dude,
Make my own rules.
control yourself.
Mike isn't controllable.
You can't contain this eagle. This eagle has to soar.
I thought you hated birds.
Oh no! I've been found out. I've been a bird the whole time.
Okay, chat's saying that they got cut off for a second and it's not showing my desktop anymore. Is it showing my desktop now? Is it showing me drawing now, chat? There's a slight delay, so I can't check.
I see you
exact
on
moment.
the. I see you on my laptop, which is only playing the live feed.
Yeah, I see it too.
Okay, I'm gonna assume that it is working and that I'm not just currently just staring at the camera awkwardly as I draw.
This is when the sneeze is gonna get you.
Hell yeah. Sneezing straight at the camera. Oh, bleh, and there's just like dots of grossness everywhere. You're welcome. You're welcome, chat. You can have that. Yes, it's fine. It's sorted. Good, good. I'm getting tired now, which means that I can't be asked to do stuff properly, so I'm just like, bleh, here, have that colour.
Once you hit the tired point, it's your own kind of just whatever you want. This drawing's a little weird.
I really like that tired place. I like the tired place, and I like the drunk place when I'm making stuff. It's where, you know, you maybe don't make the best decisions, but interesting things happen.
Guess which one I'm aiming for? No. I honestly think I'm gonna have like the reputation as like the drunk artist.
Okay.
Just
That sounds like a good reputation.
Whatever. I'll take what I can get.
I mean, in the art world, any reputation's a good reputation.
Yeah, man. Roll with it. Drunken master.
It's like I don't even drink that much, guys. Jeez.
I have
I
a lot of trouble drawing in the morning or painting in the morning.
Oh yeah, me too. I hate drawing in the morning.
I always want to draw in the morning, but that's when I'm at work. I think I would thrive in the morning if I could work in the morning.
Well, when I'm at work, I always wish I was painting. But when I'm home on the weekend and it's like 9 in the morning, I don't know.
That's optimum sleeping time.
Yes.
Good art time for me. I'm really productive if I can start immediately.
Oh really?
Those are my best hours.
No, that's so not me.
Late night are not my good hours.
So is it early morning or late night for me right now at 4:47 a.m.?
It's late. It's late night if you haven't gone to sleep. Them's the rules.
It's early morning, man.
You're technically in the morning, but for you it's late night because you haven't gone to sleep yet.
There has not been a closing of eyes yet.
Yeah.
Are you going to go to sleep?
Well, I did plan on it.
I just picture every one of your Tuesdays must just be like, like you do that thing where you go deep enough and just to kind of like a thought that you like wake up from it even though you're awake the whole time. Like you'll be sitting in a chair and do like a leg kick and go, you know.
Yeah, no, Tuesdays are definitely a thing.
Tuesdays are a predicament.
Yeah, I spend a lot of Tuesday not remembering Tuesday. Like it'll be Wednesday and I'll be like, so when is the podcast? I don't know what's going on. Like I'm so confused. What day is it?
Tuesday's not a very good day anyways. It's okay to forget that one.
Yeah, Tuesday's kind of bullshit. That's a bullshit day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it doesn't even exist.
Got no personality.
Hardcore Marker was telling me how it's a bullshit day that doesn't exist. I believe him.
I mean, if Hardcore Marker says it, then it's like the rule.
Hey, that guy goes way deeper than me. He's on to some serious shit. It's intense. I have no idea what I'm doing with this thing. It's ridiculous.
I'm trying to find the right balance between a warm, sunny skin tone and not, like, sunburnt. You know?
He's very orange, you know, it's difficult.
Very orange over red, I guess, right? Instead of red, more orange.
Yeah. It's just it looks natural rather than kind of like burnt. So I'm trying to not end up with the burn type feeling. It's kind of hard. What are you snickering at?
I did again what I had said before. I look over at this guy with the painting in front of me because I don't look at it. And I look over and he's sticking his tongue out and it just so funny looking.
It's a pretty ridiculous image.
And I'll have to explain it to people that come over.
Oh, what? Are you just gonna have this like sitting on your desk?
It's on the coffee table.
All of my art is in a pile, you know. It's just all.
What's this drawing here? Oh, just some hunk. No big deal.
It's just this thing.
What were you up late doing last night? And there's a drawing of this dude on the table. This guy sticking his tongue out. Like, what's going on here?
Just art things. You know, I remember when I was very young, I drew lots of naked ladies. Maybe as lots of boys do, right?
Yeah.
And my mom found them, and it was a big deal. I was in trouble, and I was like, oh man, yeah, I'm just, you know, anatomy, and whatever. I guess I think I got in trouble for that, which is kind of discouraging, actually.
That's annoying. Yeah, you should get in trouble for
for that.
anatomy.
I remember I was drawing naked ladies and models, but I always had that excuse like, well, I can't afford a model, so I have to draw. It's like, Mike, you have the internet. Like, I didn't have to draw, like, you know what I mean? Like, the models I was drawing. Like, the internet had happened by then, so I didn't have a real excuse. I just was a boy. So.
Well, so now I feel the same way about this guy with his tongue out. I'm thinking, man, if my mom comes over, would I have to explain this?
That's a feeling you haven't had to think about in a long time.
It was just.
And tonight we brought it back for you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
You know what's interesting? I draw mostly scantily clad women. I've never been questioned about that. But I know if I was a guy, it would have been questioned like immediately. I find that interesting.
Yeah, if it was a guy, I would just assume that it was like one of those photos you see on like 4chan where there's like the pillow with the chair and everything's aligned and they have like a whole system in for it. Those creepy photos.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
What?
Never mind.
I don't know.
You guys never like see those when people like upload their like little like computer setups, and every now and then you'll get like that really creepy room?
No. Why are you
Oh my
like that?
god, I should look these up and show it to you.
I can imagine it. It's funny.
Terrifying.
Chat is so triggered right now. Come at me, Tumblr.
Can't believe you guys don't know those kind of things. Do you ever see like the shitty battle station setups, or it'll be like someone's like a hoarder in the basement, and they'll like take a photo of their room that they're like on the computer in, and it's just like it's something straight out of a nightmare.
I mean, I can imagine it. Sure. Stacks of crap.
Yeah, it just and then like it'll be like the bottles of pee like next to
Oh.
the computer and like stuff like that. But then there'll be some where it's like completely like it's like their masturbation dungeon, so they have like the whole room set up for that.
I'm on board now. I get it. I hear you.
Yeah.
God.
I don't browse those forums much.
Well, clearly
Just
Mike does.
no, it just pops up, you know. It's like in every now and then it'll be like, what's going on? You know, there'll be like a front page post in like WTF or something. They pop up a lot. There'll be some creepy perv.
Welcome to the internet.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty much like what you would imagine. Some people were like, you just kind of forget sometimes, and then you see photos and you're like, oh god. See, it's good to see those because you're just like I'm pretty normal. Like I'm a normal guy. It's like every now and then if you're just like I don't know, you can like you could like Reddit can be used to that kind of advantage. You'd be like I don't know, am I good at being single? And then you like go to our relationships and look at like some of the problems people are having. You're just like, I'm gonna be fine. Everything's okay. Whew! Like, am I the only person that thinks this? And you go to some subreddit and see like some weird thought that some person's like, hey, does anyone else feel this way? And you're like, nope. They are on their own. Phew!
What a bird licker.
Excuse me?
What? Oh god, you're drawing a bird again? How dare you?
I drew a bird as well. Yeah, chat said to put a bird on his tongue, so I did.
You guys are just trying to mess with me now.
Triggering Mike.
This my trigger.
Trigger.
Birds and art.
Dude, you should put a bird in yours, dropping those ink splotches.
So it's just like a bird pooing on his tongue.
Oh god.
Our friend Dominic actually wrote a comic about that because that was a real experience. Not on his tongue, but just
A bird pooed on his face.
on him somewhere.
Excuse me.
Everyone's had a bird poo on them at some point.
Yeah, it's true. So it's relatable.
Very much so. I remember when a bird pooed on my leg once. I was in junior high, and it was the one day like I didn't do laundry, and I don't have any clothes, so I borrowed my brother's jeans, and then a bird shit on them. And I was like, what are the odds? This will never happen again in my life, and it happened right now.
It's
You never
so
found out.
horrible. It's horrible when that happens at school because you're so, I don't know, subject to bullying or something.
Yeah, and ridicule, right? And then the worst thing is where it hit on my leg, it's like I have to wash the poo off my leg, but now I'm gonna have this huge wet spot on the front of my pants. And then like
Or like a white smudgy mark, which is even worse.
yeah, and then eventually I got it clean, but then my pants were all wet, like right on the front. It's like, well now what? What's the story now? It's like you have to just be like, well, if I act confident, if I had pissed my pants, I definitely wouldn't be confident, so people will know that like, hey, no, it's just water, right? You have to like actually think about that crap.
If it happens to you again in the future, you're supposed to wet all of your pants.
So it's all the same color?
Yeah.
But then they dry at different times, right? Like you sit down, it's like a hot August day, you get up, your butt's all dry, but everything else is wet. And then people just think you wear your pants out that way.
I have that issue when I go to like a theme park or something when they've got like water stuff. Like water rides.
Yeah.
I'll end up with like one part of me that will not dry. Just walking around like, ugh.
Yeah. It'll be like that thing where you're on it like this is fun and splash, and you really want the water just to like hit your face because it'd be refreshing. But then like the wave comes up and all the water just like goes right into your shoes and socks, and you're like, oh,
you're just like sitting in a pool right there.
That won't be fun for the rest of the day. I forgot about that.
That's one of the feelings that I think. You know how everyone has like cringe-worthy feelings that they absolutely hate? That's mine. Being wet. I hate, like, not like if you're in a swimming pool or something, but being wet whilst wearing clothes where you've like been rained on or something. That is like my worst.
Oh, I can't. It's just socks. Like wet socks and shoes for me drives me freaking crazy. I think like wet like shirts, pants, it's kind of annoying, but I think you can like get through the day, you know. But just wet socks. And then your feet get all crappy and stinky.
Yeah.
I just don't know about this drawing.
Well, what are you guys thinking about how much longer you want to be on for? Because I'm thinking I might finish soon and then do this like maybe tomorrow or something and then upload it to the lounge.
I'm pretty much like I'm done soon. I could upload this pretty soon. I'll probably just put it in the thread. I'm on RGD.
Okay.
Dominic says he's always cringing. Trigger, trigger, trigger.
Trigger, 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 trigger.
Every time we start one of these, we promise ourselves we're going to like wrap this up in a shorter period of time, and we cannot seem to beat the 4.5 hour mark except for that one time.
It ends up going longer each time.
Yeah. I think, but I found that like the more I do RGDs, I thought I would get faster at it, and it's been the exact opposite. Like I explore new techniques and I get more particular, you know, and then everything starts taking longer and longer. We knew this one was going to be a doozy when we started it, though.
Yeah, we did. Well, not that it would be bad, but just that it would be challenging.
Yeah. Of course, I guess it's kind of been like that with all of them. We're always like, oh my god, we picked one that was kind of blurry. This is a nightmare. And now it's like, this one has a lot of detail and a weird facial proportion. I guess I did all right. I don't know. It's not my favorite, but it's okay. I don't hate it.
I think it's because we're picking from a very limited source.
Yeah.
Because of all the kind of rules that we have about what we can show.
Exactly. I don't mind the look on camera. Oh, my little title thing on my screen wasn't there the whole frickin' time.
Well, when the Hangout reset, we lost him.
Oh, it was just a reset?
Oh, right, okay.
Well, whatever, that's fine. I don't care, as long as it was there most of the show. We'll have it there in the end in case people skip ahead to see what the drawings look like. Let's see here.
Turn that back on.
Put that toolbox back in. Yeah, now my drawing's backwards. That's weird. Booyah. Alright, let me look at this, the camera.
It covers my picture a bit, doesn't it?
I'm okay with this.
I like it. He looks...
We'll get a smaller pen.
Hi, Last Star Writer. What do you mean you're only here because you can?
Whoa! Oh god, that's my brother. He heard the pants story.
Oh no.
Yeah, true story. Junior high, Olympic girl. Bird shit on her pants. Yeah, that's my brother. Oh god.
Triggering him.
He totally didn't know. He totally didn't know till literally right now.
You just like told him.
There's a pair of blue jeans.
You're in for a beating.
A bird totally shit on them.
Just flew into your room and pooped.
And I did not tell you.
Oh my god.
That's hilarious. That is freaking awesome.
How did he know? Somebody ratted you out.
He's been lurking here the whole time. Yeah, dick. You know what? I'm not even sorry. Screw your jeans. We'll duke this out. We'll duke this out later.
Were they like
Maybe a little brother, but I'm a big fella now.
Gene
Let's
code?
find it out. This is it. This is the guy right here that showed me how to paint a tornado.
Was that tornado because of the Tasmanian devil?
I don't know. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why they painted a tornado. I just remember it was at Walnut Grove in Pleasanton.
Pleasanton?
Yeah, that's by Oakland. I grew up there. Yeah, the town's called Pleasanton. Isn't that pleasant?
I know,
Wonderful.
right?
Is it a nice place?
Well, yeah, it was funny. It was just kind of like an average suburb back in the day, and then we moved to Utah, and right after we moved, like, the whole .com explosion happened out here. So, like, you go back to Pleasanton, it's like, whoa! Like driveways have, like, custom stonework in them now and shit. It's just like, okay. Like, it was just pretty, like, your normal suburb before, but it really blew up.
Dang.
But it's still very similar, but the whole Bay Area is kind of, It was just funny that our family was like that thing where it was like, we were always good at like, you know what, the economy in the Bay Area is going to really go through the roof, so we better move out of here.
Let's get out.
Let's get to Utah. And then we leave Utah, and then everything in Utah is like doing real well now. Like, it's like everything happens like right after.
Yeah, we had the same thing. We moved out of Grays as soon as like all of the entire place finished doing all of the work it was having done on it. Just like, oh, okay.
So you go back now, you'd be like, wow, I would have loved if that place was around when I was here, but that's cool.
Exactly.
Whatever. Yeah, no, that's exactly how it is for us. That's freaking hilarious. I had no idea he was watching. I'm only here because I found some bird shit on my pants.
It's nice of your brother to watch the things you do.
I had no idea. It was a surprise.
I don't think my family's watching.
It better. It should be.
Everyone I know is asleep.
They're going to be waking up soon. They're going to be waking up and be like, you're still doing this thing?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm about to get a look. Just like, have you gone to bed yet? No, you haven't.
You totally haven't gone to bed yet. You're still doing the thing, majig.
Those bloody Americans.
What time is it where you are, David?
It is midnight.
Oh, okay.
I'm in Texas, so.
Oh, I didn't know you were in Texas. Nice. Where in Texas, if you don't mind my asking? You don't have to answer that question.
I'm right on the border with Mexico.
El Paso.
No, I'm
Maybe.
southern tip of Texas.
Oh, wow, cool. I gotta go to Texas, man. Especially since I like landscape stuff so much. I want a road trip down through the Southwest and get into Texas. So, gotta do it.
Yeah, do it.
Be super fun. I like desert stuff.
I live between the coast and a desert, so it's an interesting landscape.
You get all the good stuff. You get a little bit of the best of both worlds.
I like it. When I was growing up, I didn't really appreciate it, but now I do.
That's exactly how I was with the desert. I didn't appreciate it when I was in Utah. I was like, I gotta get the hell out of here. I can't stand it. You know, for very justifiable reasons. But then once I leave, I'm like, God, I love the desert. And everyone would always say, like, you're gonna miss the landscape. And I was like, yeah, sure I will. And then I leave. I'm like, oh my God, that landscape was amazing. But you know, I get good landscape out here too. It's just different.
Yeah, that's all.
Got redwoods and beaches and stuff.
Which sound delightful.
They're pretty cool. It's all really close.
Good night, those of you who are leaving.
Mr. Minion Man is doing a stealthy exit that I'm announcing right now out loud. Yeah, I think I'm getting pretty much to the end here. This is good enough. This isn't drawing. This isn't art. This is art. And art happened.
And art happened. I had one art.
If I one art, please. If I do have a regret though, I do wish I didn't. I wish I didn't do the hatching. I wish I kept it more minimal so that I could have made like the drips and the inky effects more prominent. But that's all right. It's not a big deal.
Next time.
Next time. I know in the future now. That's an option I can explore further then. The drawing itself's okay. I'm still pretty happy with it, given that it's supposed to be just like a little sketch thing.
Yeah.
Just your typical 4.5, 5 hour sketch.
Yep.
Just a light 4 hour sketch.
It goes by so quickly.
It really does.
Yeah,
Every week it's like this. I look at the clock, I'm like, holy shit, how long have we been drawing? And it's funny because in these last hours, I think we've been so honed in on just like getting the art done that we're just kind of not even thinking about like topics or anything. But
yeah, just chilling.
now it's just a chill hour.
I think I am going to have to call it in a minute, guys.
Yeah, me too. I'm done. I'm going to sign it. Screw this guy. I'm done. Just kidding. I'll screw this guy. It's a great photo. Hopefully he likes the drawings.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna carry on working on this tomorrow. I might film my continuation, then I can put it up on YouTube for anyone who wants like a speed draw of it or something. And yeah, because I've got a lot to do. I restarted the colouring because I just didn't like the effect that I'd gone with.
Mm-hmm.
So I've still got a long way to go.
I'm pretty much calling mine a wraps and just like that. I want to look at everyone's drawings before we're done, though. I haven't even jumped through. Fantastic. I love this. Sarah, can you zoom in on the face a little bit of yours? I don't hope it doesn't screw it up, but I'm just like curious because I see some details there. I can.
Yeah, there you go. It's still quite messy. I've still got a while to go yet. But I'm getting there.
I like how just you always have such like nice highlights. Like, I don't know, like it just looks like the effect of like the dry versus kind of wet on the face. You can see it forming already.
Thank you. I love that inky idea. That's such a good idea.
Yeah.
Of him sitting in ink. Ah. David, do you reckon?
Thank you, Dominic.
Oh, what was that?
No, Dominic just said great stream.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So, has anyone got anything arty coming up in the week that they want to let people know about?
No, not in the week. I'm actually going to be probably showing some art up in Calistoga, a little more north, which is I'm excited about because I think the landscape stuff will actually show pretty well there. But that's in April, so nothing in the week unless anybody is in the Bay Area wants to go see Tobacco live at Club Leo's in Oakland. You know, just message me. Go hit it up. It's gonna be fun, bros. Let's do this. But no, beyond that, no, I don't have any particular art things. How about you guys?
No, I'll have a video coming up in the week, but I haven't fully decided what that will be. It might just be the continuation of this, so
I want to catch up on all these. I have a lot of videos I need to watch. You have some more videos I need to see. Michelle, who was on here last week, has some videos I need to catch up on.
Yeah, I need to watch her videos.
David, you put videos on YouTube of like your whole process or anything?
No, I do not. I do not. I considered it. I played around with it a little bit, and I kind of get frustrated with the process of making the video, and so I stopped.
Yeah, it's definitely a pain.
I like how you did your tongue too, David. You guys got like the real kind of like juicy meatiness of the tongue on your piece. It's really good.
Yeah, I looked down. I looked down at the stream and saw you, David, like putting in like all the little dots and making it like all nice and shiny and stuff, and I was like, oh, that's such a good idea.
I know. I'm gonna try to like rip that off right now.
It grows the uncomfortableness of the picture.
It absolutely does, doesn't it?
Got the moist detail.
Oh, that's right. Favorite word. Here. I should probably just like stop, or else I'll just go forever.
It's a problem. It's so hard. When to stop?
Because I just keep feeling like it's close, but it's not quite where I think it can be, and so I just keep adding and adding.
You got anything coming up in the week, David?
No, I think hopefully some nice, relaxing painting, but nothing, nothing organized, nothing structured.
We'll follow the Tumblr, thedavidwinters.tumblr.com.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Where can everyone find your stuff?
Well, say again, where can you find it?
Yeah, where can people find your artwork?
Oh, what he just said. I can put it on the screen, but I pretty much put everything on Tumblr, and I'll put the link there. In a moment. I thought I had it there, but I guess the reset killed it.
Mm.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I'm gonna stop stream. I haven't saved. Oh my god, I haven't even saved once.
Oh Jesus.
File, save as, bloody hell.
Sarah, where can everyone find your work?
So you can go to geyser.com and you'll see like my portfolio and the artwork and story of my books. And you can also commission me there on the front page, or you can have a look through my store and see if there's anything that you fancy. If you'd rather just look at social media, then it's facebook.com/Geyser. Twitter and Instagram, I'm at Geyser, and then YouTube, you're on my channel at the moment. And this is also the same name as my Reddit name, so that's pretty much everything from me. I have a DeviantArt, which is Geyser as well, so I'm going to start adding some stuff on there. But yeah.
These books right here.
Oh, have you got them?
Yep.
Oh,
Got
cool.
one book down, reading the other book. Going to write a really pretentious art review of them. I'm going to make it really, really intense. Going to reference a bunch of things that are esoteric. It's going to be awesome.
What did you think of the first one?
So I was enjoying it. It's funny because I don't want to I want to wait until I go through, but it's really interesting to see. Just inevitably as you draw so many images, you can see through your art developing as you go.
Yeah.
And that's like the thing that's really fascinating to me. And I'm curious because I'm also seeing it in the story as well. So to watch it evolve as the book goes, I don't even know. I have no idea how you have the patience to draw comics. That is, oh my god, so much. That's crazy to me.
So if you open it to one of the very first few pages, you'll see that the first chapter is very different in style to the rest of the chapter for the first book. That's because the very first chapter was an initial book that I launched when I was 17, and it was basically like a tester that I did, where I just brought it to a convention and tried to figure out if people liked it or not. And then when that hit off, then I did the rest of the book. So I basically tried to figure out what kind of things people liked about it and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's interesting. There's the prologue here.
Yeah, so with the deer and stuff, and then the first little bit with Ike, and then later on it gets a lot more detailed, and there's a lot more of the forest in the background and stuff like that.
I mean, you could totally see it, just as it goes. It's really interesting. That's the thing. I mean, that's what I'm loving. I'm curious, and I'm curious where the because the first book is pretty much it's introducing a lot of the characters and everything. So as it evolves and develops, And then, of course, leaves me with a cliffhanger, so now I need to sit down. But I want to be sure, like, to read this, when I read the second book, I like to read it in one sitting. I want to be sure. So I want to make sure, like, I can sit down and do it in one sitting and read it proper.
Yeah.
Not get interrupted by stuff. I'm excited.
Thank you for reading it.
I really enjoyed it. And,
I'm just looking at your. I've got the big screen up on now because I've just swapped over to my camera, and I'm looking at your one. It looks so good.
Yeah.
On the bigger screen, like both of yours, they look really good.
I got the inky pool he's sitting in. I think it's such a cool idea.
The water looks really good on your one, David. The water on his chin.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think everyone did really well.
Yeah, it worked out.
So I think I'm going to call it there.
Let's do it.
If there's anything else you guys want to say.
Meta Baron, where are your books being sold, Sarah? Did you answer that already? Just want to.
Yeah, so you can buy them if you go to gaizra.com. You can see some artwork on the book, so you can see if you like it. You can see the storyline on there as well, so the main storyline. And then if you go to the store, you can buy book 1 or book 2. There was an issue where it wouldn't let you ship to America. I've now fixed that as far as I know. If you have any issues with it, just drop me an email. I've got my email on there, sarahchilds@gaizra.com. But yeah, you can get that on there. And then there's the collector's edition that's also available on there, which comes with a bunch of other stuff. Kind of like I had a pre-order and a collector's edition, so they're like special little collections that come with like extra artwork and drawings and stuff like that. So if you're interested in that, that is also on there to have a look at. So yeah, it's all on the, if you go to gaizra.com and then click on shop.
Well, thanks for inviting me, guys. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, it was great to have you on.
Alrighty. Bye, everybody.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on here now, and yeah, the ink is definitely working. Like you said that you wanted the ink drop to look like it was like landing on his tongue. Yeah, it definitely looks like that now. Yeah.
I hope so. I was worried because it got so busy right here, right where the ink drop kind of hits, but whatever. It's all right.
Yeah, no, I think you got it.
Cool.
All right, then we'll be back same time next week. Thank you, everyone. Oh my God, what are you doing? Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you, David, for joining us. This has been great fun.
This is where we sing the goodbye song.
The goodbye.
Right?
Do you want to start?
So long, farewell.
Oh, I know that one.
Lyrics, goodbye.
Bye, everyone.